reconvene. It's good to see everyone again. I missed all of you. It's been at least minutes since we saw each other before. Once again, I will just go through our introduction for those who are new guests to our committee. Today's meeting on C-81, an act to ensure a barrier-free Canada. The objective of today's meeting is to resume the committee's clause-by-clause consideration of this bill. I would like to take a moment to remind both of those participating in the proceedings, as well as those observing in the proceedings in person or on video, that the committee adopted a motion on September 18th, which included instructions for the clerk to explore options to allow for the full participation of all witnesses and members of the public on this study. As a result, the committee has made arrangements to make all meetings in relation to the study of Bill C-81 as accessible as possible in a variety of ways. This includes providing sign language interpretation and near real-time closed captioning in this room. Please note that both American Sign Language and Quebec Sign Language are being offered to those in our audience. For those who would like to watch the American Sign Language interpretation, please sit in the benches to my left. For those who would like to watch the Quebec Sign Language interpretation, please sit in the benches to my right. In addition, please note that the first two rows of benches have been reserved for those who wish to avail themselves of these interpretation services. Screens displaying the near real-time closed captioning have also been set up, with the English text to my left and the French text to my right. The sign language interpreters in the room are also being video recorded for the eventual broadcast of this meeting on Parleview through the committee's website. In light of these arrangements, the committee would like to ask, if you do need to leave the room during the meeting, please do not walk in front of the sign language interpreters. Instead, please use the extremities of the room. In addition, we would ask that those in the room remain seated as much as possible during the meeting to ensure that everyone in the audience can clearly see the sign language interpretation. Finally, if a member of the audience requires assistance at any time, please notify a member of the staff or the committee clerk. Once again, I would like to welcome our officials from the Department of Employment and Social Development. James Van Raltz, Director General of Accessibility Secretariat. James, thanks for coming again this morning. Benoit Gendron, Director Accessibility Secretariat. And Eric Lapalme, Senior Policy Analyst, Accessibility Secretariat. We will now continue on with the clause by clause. I just wanted to let everybody know on the committee, I know we are going to try and get done by 1 or 2 o'clock before question period. According to the clerk, our sign language interpretation will only be here till 6 p.m. today, so that gives us a bit of a deadline there as well. But I know we are going to try and finish earlier than that. With that in mind, if there are some clauses in the amendments, if you don't feel you have to read it out, if it's pretty straightforward, we'll try and move through those as quickly as possible. We will now pick up where we were. We are on Clause 21, PV6, Green Party 6.
Chair.
Yes, Mr. Remy.
Just confirmation. With the motion that we had passed that 1 o'clock was the deadline, and after 1 o'clock, we would just go through. Yeah. So is there a plan to stay to 6 o'clock?
Well, according to the motion, it is open for the day. Today is open, but we do have that motion on file.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding
Well, if we can be done by 1, but we've only gotten through 20 clauses.
No,
so
the debate on the amendments will go to 1 o'clock.
Right, but the votes could take past 2. Right, depending on how far we get.
Okay.
That makes, like, it's not going to be open for debate or anything like that. It's just the voting could take us past 2.
Okay.
Correct. Okay, thank you. We will move on to Green Party 6 in Clause 21. Any discussion? I will call for the vote on Green Party number 6. All those in favor? Not voting. Okay, Mr. Diat.
I was voting.
Oh, voting. Sorry. Yeah.
since this is the
Right.
same thing.
Okay, I gotta go with this one. Sorry, the clerk is, the legal counsel is just telling me that CPC 20 is pretty much identical to the previous amendment. Because we would be voting on the Green Party 6, CPC would not be able to be tabled. So if you do want to have a comment on CPC 20, I would make it now. Yeah, Ms. Hardcastle.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It's important for us to have as much independence as possible for the organizations that are going to be established under C81. And some independence from the minister is important, and that's reflected in both of these bills. And I just wanted to say, with regards to PV6, I know that Ms. May would be here to speak to these motions herself, but she did have to get home for the Crystal Knox celebrations or commemorations that are taking place. But it does reflect how important it is to all of us members here that we do have some independence in the agencies that are going to be established for the work that they're going to do.
Thank you, Ms. Hardcastle. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor of PV6? Opposed? It is defeated. Since there are no amendments to Clause 21, I will look for the vote for Clause 21 to be amended as is. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried as amended. Oh, it's not amended. Carried as is. We're now moving on to Green Party 7. Any discussion on Green Party 7? Ms. Hardcastle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Once again, we see the importance of having timelines reflected and our expectations for the mandate of C81 being carried out in a reasonable fashion with this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hardcastle. Any further discussion on PV7? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of PV7? All those opposed? It's defeated. So that's the new clause?
It's a new clause.
Okay. So we'll move on to CPC 21 in,
But you have
oh, still, sorry.
it was 21.
Gotcha. So we need to carry Amendment 22, or Clause 22, sorry, as is. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Clause 23, CPC 21. Any discussion, Ms. Falk?
Basically, what this would do would be, well, Clause 23 would be amended to the chair is to be appointed on a full-time basis, and other directors are to be appointed on a part-time basis. This is just to make sure that this is a full-time position, and it should be a full-time position with the substantial work that is involved.
Thank you very much, Ms. Falk. And again, Ms. Hardcastle, yours is identical.
Yes, I believe that it is important for us to articulate in this bill that it is a full-time position due to the importance of that place.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion on CPC 21? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor of CPC 21? Opposed? It is defeated. And we move on to Green Party number 8. Any discussion on Green Party 8? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor? Oh, I'm sorry.
Is this
Ms.
going
Falk?
to cancel out other ones?
No. Oh, it will, yes, it will, sorry. It will,
Yeah.
CPC 22.
Okay, so can I speak to it then?
Absolutely.
Basically, this would provide fixed term appointments for CASDO directors with removal based on good behavior or competence standard.
Thank you very much, Ms. Falk. Any other discussion on PV 8? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? It is defeated. CPC 22-1. Ms. Falk.
Basically, having the directors to be appointed no later than 6 months after the day of which this subsection comes into force. Again, as we reiterated last night, and our stakeholders who have flown all over the country to come and witness to us express their concern and the importance for timelines. So this would just be respecting the testimony that we had heard.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor of CPC 22.1?
We have a recorded vote, please.
Can I have a recorded vote?
Mr. Hoag. Mr. Long.
No.
Mr. Morrissey.
No.
Mr. Rumi. Mr. Sanga.
No.
Mr. Diot.
Yes.
Ms. Falk. Yes. Ms. Hardcastle.
Yes.
It is defeated. We will now move to CPC 23. And if CPC 23 is moved, CPC 24 cannot due to consistency. Any comments on CPC 23? Ms. Falk.
I know from testimony that we have heard, there was a varying degree of recommendation from witnesses on some organizations wanted to have full representation. Others were okay with the 50.1. So we are suggesting an amendment that 2/3 of all the directors of CASDO are persons with disabilities.
Thank you, Ms. Falk. Any further comments on CPC 23? Ms. Falk again?
Sorry.
That's okay.
It's really early. My nap was short. Also, with regard to testimony that we had heard, the fact that 40% of Indigenous people have or will have a disability within their lifetime, it is also, we believe, important that there be at least one Indigenous person on the board representing Indigenous people with disabilities.
Any further comment on CPC 23? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All those in, recorded vote?
Mr. Hoag. Mr. Long.
No.
Mr. Morrissey.
No.
Mr. Rumi. Mr. Sanga.
No.
Mr. Diot.
Yes.
Ms. Falk. Yes. Ms. Hardcastle.
Yes.
It is defeated. We will move to CPC 24. Any discussion on CPC 24? Ms. Falk?
Again, making an amendment that at all times, as far as possible, one of the directors is an Indigenous person. So again, that we have minimum one person on the CASDO boards that is an Indigenous person that has lived disability.
Thank you very much, Ms. Falk. Any further discussion on CPC 24? Ms. Falk?
I think that this is so important. I mean, we heard when testimony was here, Indigenous people weren't even referenced in this bill. With all the consultation that was done and the relationship, this nation-to-nation relationship that this government has, I would think that it's imperative that there's support for this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Falk. Any further discussion on CPC 24? I will call the vote. Seeing none. Recorded vote?
Recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote.
Mr. Hoag. Mr. Long.
No.
Mr. Morrissey. Mr. Rumi. Mr. Sanga.
No.
Mr. Diot.
Yes.
Ms. Falk. Yes. Ms. Hardcastle.
Yes.
Defeated.
It is defeated. We will now move to Liberal 12. Mr. Long?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to everybody. During our witnesses presenting, I know I asked it a lot just about having a diversity of disabilities represented on the board. So we would like to add C, the importance of having directors that are representative of the diversity of disabilities faced by Canadians. It's a separate lens, so we'd like it just as C, not added to B.
Any other? Ms. Hardcastle?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is more innocuous language added to innocuous language. We just had defeated amendments that would have been more specific about the 2/3 and actually adding Indigenous people. So the language that we actually need to enforce your intent here has been defeated, and this is more innocuous language. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hardcastle. Any further comments? Seeing none, I will call the vote on Liberal 12. All those in favor? All those opposed? It is carried. Now we have Clause 23 has been amended. I'll now call the vote for Clause 23 to be carried as amended. All those in favor? So I look for unanimous consent to include Clause 24 and 25 together. Is everybody okay with that? Just move through them. So apply the vote for both of those. Okay. So I'm calling the vote on Clause 24 and 25 to carry as is. All those in favor? Opposed? They are carried. We move on to Clause 26 and Green Party 9. Any comments on PV 9? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor of PV 9? Opposed? It is defeated. Again, no amendments were made to Clause 26, so if I can get unanimous consent for 26, 27, 28, 29 to be done together. Okay. So motion for 26, 27, 28, 29 be carried as is. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. That gets us to PV 10 in Clause 30. Any comments on PV 10? We just did it. It was defeated.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay, we'll call the vote on PV 10. All those in favor? Opposed? It is defeated. CPC 25. Ms. Falk.
Basically, amending this clause for a term of up to 8 years. This would provide that the CASDO Chief Executive's Officer's term, subject to renewal, is up to 8 years instead of 5. To secure talented candidates, they should be able to have an assurance of a longer term in office. Moreover, especially in the early years of the new CEO can acquire expertise that Canada won't want to lose.
Thank you, Ms. Falk. Any further comments on CPC 25? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? It is defeated. So I now motion to approve Clause 30 as is. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. CPC 26 in Clause 31. Mr. Diot.
That's 31.3 are we looking at?
No, yeah, that's the clause.
31.3 is the clause, right?
Yeah.
Basically, it's, we feel that the bill should be amended to require the minister to designate an acting replacement for the CEO within 90 days of the CEO's absence or incapacity, unless the CEO is known to be returning to their office within 90 days. So we'd ask for a wording change there. Pretty straightforward.
Thank you, Mr. Diot. Any further comments on CPC 26? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor of CPC 26? Opposed? It's defeated. So a motion to approve Clause 31 as is. All those in favor? Opposed? It is carried. CPC 27. Mr. Diot.
Clause 32.1, so we feel the bill should be amended to require CASGO CO to consult with the CASDO board when selecting membership of an advisory committee to assist CASDO with developing accessibility standards. Again, pretty straightforward.
Thank you, Mr. Diot. Any further comments on CPC 27? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor of CPC 27? Opposed? It's defeated. So I'll call the vote on Clause 32 to be carried as is. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. CPC 28. Ms. Falk.
Officers and employees must be provided with appropriate training in matters related to accessibility. I think that this is a recurring theme. I mean, even when this committee studied C65, we saw the importance of training, and that's part of that education component. So we should have this clause amended so that all officers and employees receive training on accessibility, even though it seems redundant and cliche even. It's important to make sure we don't make any presumptions or assumptions that people have all of the education they need. So being able to provide that extra top-up.
Thank you, Ms. Falk. Any further comments on CPC 28? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor of CPC 28? Opposed? Defeated. Now a vote for Clause 33 to be carried as is. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. CPC 29. Ms. Falk.
So basically, we're asking that line 18, or C81 be amended by adding before line 18 on page 12, the following: in carrying out its mandate, the standards organization must, on a continuing basis, hold public consultations on the accessibility standard. It should next develop and on any proposed accessibility standard and make available to the public progress reports respecting the development of accessibility standards. The standards organization must make available to the public the minutes of meetings to the board of directors and advisory on other committees. For the purposes of subsection 2, the minutes of the meetings must include the text of all proposed accessibility standards considered at the meeting. So this is basically adding a level of transparency and accountability to the CASDO board.
Thanks, Ms. Falk. Any further discussion on CPC 29? And Ms. Hardcastle, again, yours is very similar. So if you want to speak to this now.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. In order to increase or ensure the transparency, it's not unreasonable to expect the standards organization to have public meetings, to make public their minutes, and to make public their progress reports, and to include the text of any standards that are being deliberated at meetings. That's very reasonable to expect, and unfortunately, unless it's articulated, it may not happen. So that transparency may not be achieved.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hardcastle. Any further discussion on CPC 29? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor of CPC 29? Opposed? It's defeated. So I now ask for unanimous consent for Clause 30, the vote to be applied for 34 and 35 as is. So everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. So now the vote on, sorry? 34 was not amended, yeah.
Okay, together, so we want to do.
So 34 and 35 together?
No,
No? Okay. You want to do them separately?
yes.
Okay. So I will now call the vote on Clause 34 to be carried as is. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Clause 35 to be approved as is. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. That gets us to Clause 36, NDP 7. Ms. Hardcastle?
Here again, a way for us to ensure transparency if the minister must publish the report on the departmental website within 10 days after the day on which the report is received by.
Thank you, Ms. Hardcastle. Any further discussion on NDP 7? Seeing none, I will ask for the vote. Those in favor of NDP 7? Opposed? It is defeated. We have 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41 that are as is. I'm going to ask for unanimous consent to apply the vote to all of those. Do I have unanimous consent? Okay. So now the vote to carry 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, and 41 as is. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Look at what we can get done.
It's true, we've already done more than we did yesterday.
Yeah. It's not as much fight in everybody in the morning. On Clause 42, we will go to Liberal 13. This is Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Chair, these are consequential as a result of the amendments made and approved in Liberal 5 and Liberal 6.
Any other discussion on Liberal 13? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor of Liberal 13? Opposed? Carried. CPC 30. Ms. Falk.
Basically, this amendment would be, this clause would be amended to the accessibility plan must include a statement on how it will contribute to the realization of Canada without barriers. So, go ahead. Do you want to speak to this? So basically, adding a provision requiring accessibility plans to relate to the purpose of the Act and to be prepared and implemented in accordance with the principles of the Act. Plans should address how they will contribute to achieving a Canada without barriers by the dates specified in the Act. These changes would strengthen the effectiveness of the accessibility plans and help to ensure that barrier identification, prevention, and removal addresses issues of intersectionality and poverty.
Thank you very much, Ms. Falk. Any further debate on CPC 30? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor of CPC 30? Opposed? Defeated. NDP 8. Ms. Hardcastle?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Once again, this amendment is just underscoring the need for the effectiveness of C81 moving forward, and the Accessibility Commissioner is the rightful office that should be notified, not the CRTC.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hardcastle.
Can I? So
Yep.
basically, the CRTC is enforcing and notifying itself, whereas they need to be answerable to the Accessibility Commissioner.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Hardcastle. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor of NDP 8? Opposed? Defeated. Ms. Hardcastle, you get 2 in a row. NDP 9. Any discussion?
Yeah, there's several of these, and I do want to underscore that many people, the way it's articulated here, that because it is federal jurisdictions, these will be people who work in the public sector and have a collective agreement. So we need to be able to work that in just for the logistics of being able to carry out these specifics. So that needs to be included. That people with collective agreements, that these collective agreements are also included in the process.
Thank you, Ms. Hardcastle. Any further discussion on NDP 9? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All those in, sorry.
Vote,
a
please.
Recorded vote.
Mr. Hoag. Mr. Long.
No.
Mr. Morrissey.
No.
Mr. Rumi.
Nay.
Mr. Sangha.
No.
Mr. Diot.
No.
Ms. Falk. No. Ms. Hardcastle.
Yes.
It is defeated. We will now move to Liberal 14. Mr. Long?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When we had witnessed this in before the committee, there was a concern expressed that regulated entities are not required to develop an effective accessibility plan. Even before regulations are in place, this amendment, and I'm going to read in a sec, will help ensure that accessibility plans developed under the Act are effective and consistent with the principles that define our approach to accessibility. And I'll read that Bill C-81 in Clause 42 be amended by adding after line 3 on page 17 the following. The regulated entity must take into account the principles set out in Section 6 when it prepares an accessibility plan or an updated version of its accessibility plan.
Any other discussion on Liberal 14? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor of Liberal 14? Opposed? Is carried. I will now call the vote on Clause 42 be carried as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Ms. Falk?
We're moving quite quickly. Is it okay if we have like a 3-minute suspension just to, that we can catch up?
Sure. Everybody okay with that? Yes. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
We're suspended for 3 minutes. come back. I'm sure everybody's refreshed after a few minutes. Another handful of bacon. Everybody's good. That'll get the energy up for sure. Okay, so we've now moved to clause 43, NDP 10.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Once again, any regulated entity that is expected to comply with this Accessibility Act and seeks an exemption or is going to fall short of the mark doesn't report to the CRTC in this case, but reports to the Accessibility Commissioner.
Thank you, Ms. Hardcastle. Any further discussion on NDP 10? Mr. Hogue.
I just wanted to comment that I think a number of the principles that have come forward that I'm in agree with, but the procedure or the placement of those, I think, becomes question whether it's legislation, regulation, or we heard yesterday with respect to accreditation and the other areas and responsibilities that those fall in. So as a principle, I think a number of things that have been said are positive. I just think that the placement of those are not necessary, I don't believe should be in legislation. I believe that they should be followed through in other places. I just needed to clarify that for my own sense of well-being. And that going with the bacon, of course.
Thank you, Mr. Hogue. Any further discussion on NDP 10? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor of NDP 10? Opposed? Defeated. Now the vote on clause 43 to be passed as is. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. We move on to clause 44, NDP 11. Any discussion? Ms. Hardcastle?
Once again, Mr. Chair, I do appreciate that we're going to have nuanced and finessed regulations that are going to constantly be evolving. And this is the foundation. This is the historical legislation that needs to create the strong foundation of how this is going to take place. So once again, it is extremely important that the Accessibility Commissioner be the one who is notified. That has to be in the legislation. That is foundational. That is not regulation.
Thank you, Ms. Hardcastle. Any further discussion? Do you want to wait till they have more bacon and then maybe we'll see? Oh, if not, I'll call the vote. All those in favor of NDP 11? Seeing none, or sorry, all those opposed? Defeated. NDP 12. Ms. Hardcastle?
Yeah, I saw that this was not recognized throughout. Sometimes what's happening with the public sector employees, as we heard from testimony and from specifically from PSAB, sometimes there are already collective agreements in place with a process, and we need to include that in the legislation. It has to be recognized that there is a framework in place under collective agreements for most of these employees that creates a synergy. And when you include them, it does create that synergy. If you don't include them, it becomes conflict and confusion. And we don't need that when you have a new piece of legislation and new offices. It's better to be clear and articulate that collective agreements are a part of the process. They're not separate.
Thank you, Ms. Hardcastle. Any further discussion on NDP 12? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor of NDP 12? Opposed? It's defeated. Now I'll call the vote on clause 44 to be carried as is. All those in favor? Opposed? I'm going to try that again. Clause 44 carried as, or passed as, or go ahead as amended. All those in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Carried. As is, yeah, as is. Move to clause 45, Liberal 15. Any discussion, Mr. Long?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a change for clarity. The amendment ensures the bill is consistent and clear in the language it uses, particularly in granting regulation-making authority regarding publication of feedback processes to the different regulators under this act.
Thank you, Mr. Long. Any other discussion? Ms. Hardcastle?
They shouldn't be making any regulation. It should be the accessibility commissioner that is doing that. That's why this has to be articulated in legislation.
Thank you, Ms. Hardcastle. Any other discussion on Liberal 15? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor of Liberal 15? Opposed? It's carried. Now move to Liberal 16. Any discussion on Liberal 16?
Basically, currently there's no regulation making authority set out in Bill C-81 regarding requirements for feedback processes. This amendment will ensure regulators are granted the authority to make regulations in relation to feedback processes.
Any other discussion on Liberal 16? Seeing none, all those in favor of Liberal 16? Opposed? Carried. Liberal 16.1, Mr. Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is about timelines, and this amendment will address stakeholder concerns about delayed regulations by creating an obligation for all bodies with regulation-making authority under this act to have their first regulations under the act within 2 years of the act coming into force. We think the motion makes the bill stronger and gives, there's going to be one for each.
Sorry, just one at a time, guys.
Yeah.
One at a time.
We think this gives the bill a little more teeth for timely implementation.
Thank you, Mr. Long. Any other discussion? Seeing none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor of Liberal 16.1? Opposed? Carried. Now we'll move clause 45 be carried as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We move to clause 46. I will start with Liberal 17.
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Hardcastle.
I believe, I just want to say that I believe that Section 46 must be omitted from the bill. My understanding in the procedure is that I could not put that in the form of an amendment, so I have to make that statement now. I hope I'm correct in this process now. But Section 46 must be omitted from the bill. This section permits the minister, the CRTC, or the CTA to exempt organizations from complying with requirements to prepare and publish accessibility plans, create feedback processes, and develop progress reports. And that speaks for itself to all of the stakeholders that have testified and given us their input, and from consultation across the country. So I'd like that exempt, please.
Thank you, Ms. Hardcastle. You'll have your opportunity to make that vote when we vote on the clause. Okay. So now Liberal 17, and if adopted, Liberal 17 will make CPC 31 unable to be moved because of consistency. So Liberal 17, any discussion? Mr. Long?
We want to put a 3-year limit on exemptions. This motion recognizes that accessibility solutions evolve over time. It also prevents entities from slipping through the cracks, ensuring that everyone does their part to achieve an accessible Canada. Exemptions can't be unlimited, so that's why we want to move this one forward.
Thank you very much, Mr. Long. Any further discussion on Liberal 17? Ms. Falk?
So from what I understand, if Liberal 17 is passed, it will cancel out
CPC 31.
CPC 31. Okay. So the bill allows for regulated entities to be exempted from complying with accessibility requirements. And if exemptions are to be granted, the reasons should be made public, and there should be they should be time limited.
Thank you, Ms. Falk. Any further discussion on Liberal 17? And the reason is Liberal 17 and CPC 31 are quite similar. It's just that there's a difference in the timelines, or on the exemption is either 5 years or 3 years is the difference in the two. So, Ms. Hardcastle.
And also to clarify, Mr. Chair, that there is nothing that says that the reasoning be made public.
Correct. Ms. Falk.
Sorry, thank you. So through you, Mr. Chair, just to the member that made mention of stronger, I was just wondering if he could explain why their amendment is stronger.
We're saying that you can't have unlimited exemptions and that there's an automatic trigger after 3 years. I think yours said 5.
But no mention of public, making anything public.
We'll address that in the next one.
Yeah. Yeah.
And just again, so for Ms. Falk's benefit, should one of the next two, Liberal 17 or 18, be adopted, that will make CPC 31 inadmissible. So if you want to try and make an amendment to Liberal 17 or 18, you would have to do that before. Yeah.
We're on 17.
But she can do it to 18 as well. So 18 will be the same issue.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So any further discussion on Liberal 17? Seeing none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor of Liberal 17? Opposed? Carried. So we move to Liberal 18, and again, if it is adopted, CPC 31 is inadmissible due to consistency.
So, Mr. Chair, as we were just discussing, there's always a need for transparency and additional transparency, and what this does is seek to require and make public why the exemptions are there. This ensures transparency. This is what we heard, that if there were going to be exemptions, we need to know why they're there, what's the rationale behind it. So that actually strengthens the two together, make it stronger. Speaks directly to it.
Thank you, Mr. Rumi. Any further discussion on Liberal 18? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor of Liberal 18? Opposed? Carried. I'll now call the vote on Clause 46 to be carried as amended. Sorry, Ms. Falk.
Mr. Chair, we will be voting down this clause, Clause 46 in Bill C-81. The bill allows for regulated entities to be exempted from complying with accessibility requirements. There is no principled reason why some organizations should be exempted. Any exemptions will weaken the overall purpose of the Act.
Thank you very much, Ms. Falk. Any further discussion? Ms. Hardcastle.
Yeah. Yes, we don't believe in exemptions in this. Excuse me. This section needs to be eliminated entirely.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hardcastle. Any further discussion before I call the vote on Clause 46? Recorded vote?
Mr. Hoag. Mr. Long.
Yes.
Mr. Morrissey.
Yes.
Mr. Rumi.
Yes.
Mr. Sanga.
Yes, please.
Mr. Diot.
No.
Ms. Falk.
No.
Ms. Hardcastle.
No.
Carried.
It is carried. as amended. We now move to Clause 47. The first amendment up is Liberal 19. Any discussion on Liberal 19? Mr. Morrissey?
Chair, this is just a continuation of ensuring consistency with previous amendments.
Thank you very much, Mr. Morrissey. Appreciate your brevity. Any further discussion on Liberal 19? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor of Liberal 19? Opposed? Carried. CPC 32. Any discussion on CPC 32? Mr. Diot.
Mr. Chair, we feel the bill in Clause 47 should be amended by adding after line 21 on page 19, the following: the accessibility plan must include a statement on how it will contribute to the realization of a Canada without barriers.
Thank you very much, Mr. Diot. Any further discussion on CPC 32? Seeing none, all those in favor of amendment CPC 32? Opposed? It is defeated. Now move to Liberal 20. Any discussion on Liberal 20? Mr. Sangha?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We prefer to withdraw this motion.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion on Liberal 20? Oh, you want to withdraw it? Sorry, I thought you said move with the motion. Okay. It is withdrawn. Yep. We move to NDP 13. Everybody okay? Yep. We'll be suspended for a minute. .47, but we move to NDP 13.
Withdrawn?
Liberal 20 has been withdrawn.
Withdrawn.
So now NDP 13, Ms. Hardcastle?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this government places or claims to place importance on its relationship with labor. And this is an example of where we have public service employees from PSAC in particular talk to us about this issue. that people living with disabilities who are coming forward will be doing so in most cases through a bargaining agent because they are part of a collective agreement. They are part of, for instance, the PSAC. And therefore, we need to acknowledge that collective agreements are a part of this. The interface that is going to be taking place because of this legislation will include collective agreements, and it must be articulated.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hardcastle. Any further discussion on NDP 13? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor of NDP 13? Opposed? Defeated. Liberal 21. Mr. Long?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is consequential of the amendments we made in Liberal 14. I can read it, but it's
No.
basically the same. as-
Appreciate that.
Yep.
Any discussion on Liberal 21? Seeing none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor of Liberal 21? Opposed? Carried. So now we'll move to the, sorry, Mr. Morrissey.
Before we move to carrying clause 47, could I have consent to go back to just clarify on Liberal 19? Was a sub-amendment. I'm not sure if that was clear when it was voted on. I can read in the exact text.
There was a sub-amendment to 19?
It was referenced as a sub-amendment.
No,
We meant to do a sub-amendment, but we didn't. So we're looking for consent to,
so you need unanimous consent to go back?
yes.
No, you don't have it. Sorry.
Can we enter that as a separate amendment?
You can.
If it be too similar.
No? Just leave it? Just leave it.
You're welcome. And now the vote to carry clause 47 as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. No amendments were submitted for clause 48, so motion to move clause 48 as is. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We move now to clause 49, NDP 14. Ms. Hardcastle?
Thanks again, Mr. Chair. Once again, we have an example, as I discussed earlier, where we have opportunity for synergy or we have without potential conflict. For a regulated body in preparation of its progress report should be enlisting the collective agreement, should be enlisting the bargaining agent to prepare this report. And otherwise, we're like going against a current. If we're trying to move this legislation forward and have it be impactful and ensure that we are evolving, then we have to include a very important component of the employer-employee synergy, which is the bargaining agent, which is the collective agreement. Under the federal jurisdiction, the majority of the people that we're talking to in this legislation have such relationships. These employer-employee relationships do include public sector employees that do have collective agreements. So I urge you once again to please look at this and let common sense reign and include the collective agreements in these stipulations.
Thank you, Ms. Hardcastle. Any further discussion on NDP 14? Seeing none, all those in favor of amendment NDP 14? Opposed? It is defeated. So now move ahead with a motion to approve clause 49 as is. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We now move to clause 50 and Liberal 22. Mr. Long?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, this is consequential to the amendment of Lib 17. It's the same thing, about time limits for 3 years. So,
Okay, thank you, Mr. Long. Any further discussion? Seeing none, go to the vote. All those in favor of Liberal 22? Opposed? It's carried. Liberal 23, Mr. Rumi?
Chair, thank you very much. This is, again, the publication for rationales on exemptions, just consequential amendments for Liberal 18.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion on Liberal 23? Seeing none, call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now the vote for clause 50 to be carried as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Clause 51. We now move to Amendment Liberal 24. Any discussion? Mr. Morrissey?
Again, this is just consequential to the amendments made earlier.
Thank you very much. Any discussion on Liberal 24? Seeing none, go to the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. CPC 33. Mr. Diot.
Yeah, we'd like to see that clause 51 be amended by adding, after line 2 on page 23, the following. The accessibility plan must include a statement on how it will contribute to the realization of a Canada without barriers.
Thank you very much, Mr. Diot. Any further discussion on CPC 23? Or 33, sorry. Seeing none, all those in favor of CPC 33? Opposed? It is defeated. We now move to NDP 15. Ms. Hardcastle?
So once again, what we're trying to do is make the accessibility commissioner the one that is responsible for this. Right now it's splintered, and we have these different entities that have responsibility, and it's very problematic for a variety of reasons that I don't need to go into because we heard a lot of testimony about it. So we have an opportunity here to make sure that we're moving the accessibility commissioner into the position that it should be in overseeing all of these different entities, not different entities in charge of themselves. The CRTC or the CTA shouldn't be notifying itself or enforcing itself or entities within its jurisdiction. And if it's carrying out direction from the accessibility commissioner, that's an entirely different matter, and that is more in keeping with this legislation. Right now, as it's splintered, is extremely problematic.
Ms. Falk.
Just to follow up with those comments, I think it's important too that within the Accessibility Commissioner that there's that level of accountability and transparency, and I think that that sends a statement to people in the disability community that we're taking this seriously. And we heard from them too, even the importance of just having the one body being the Accessibility Commissioner, which was referenced over and over again by the witnesses.
Thank you very much, Ms. Falk. Any further discussion on NDP 15? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor of NDP 15? Opposed? It's okay, I got it. Defeated. We now move to NDP 16. Ms. Hardcastle?
Thank you very much. Here's another example of where we need to be embracing our relationship within the labor community, which has very, very clearly told us that they do see opportunity for synergy. Right now, they can be included. The collective agreement, the bargaining agents of employees can certainly be included in a very meaningful way in the preparation of an accessibility plan. And that just makes for smooth sailing for everybody. So include them. You have to prepare an accessibility plan. Why wouldn't you want your bargaining agent for your employees involved? It makes no sense to me to not include this.
Thank you, Ms. Hardcastle. Any further discussion on NDP 16? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor of NDP 16? Opposed? Defeated. Final amendment for Clause 51, Liberal 25. Mr. Long?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, this is consequential of amendments 14 and 21.
Thank you very much. Any further debate on Liberal 25? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor of Liberal 25? Opposed? Carried. Now I'll call the vote on Clause 51 to carry as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We now move to Clause 52. NDP 17, Ms. Hardcastle.
Okay, where are we? NDP 17. Okay, so once again, we have an issue where it is the Accessibility Commissioner that should be in charge here, not the CRTC. The issue of splintering the regulatory oversight is a misguided approach, and we can correct course with an amendment like this and the others that were already defeated. So I kind of sound like I'm taking a defeatist attitude, but it is important that the Accessibility Commissioner is the entity that is in charge, truly in charge.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hardcastle. Any further discussion on NDP 17? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor of NDP 17? Opposed? Defeated. I will now call the vote for shall Clause 52 carry as is. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We now move to Clause 53 and NDP 18. Ms. Hardcastle?
Once again, this amendment reflects the importance of the Accessibility Commissioner and that we are not splintering enforcement and regulatory oversight.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hardcastle. Any further discussion on NDP 18? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor of NDP 18? Opposed? Defeated. We now move to NDP 19. Ms. Hardcastle.
And once again, it's important that this bill not undermine workers' rights, and that we do include collective agreements in partnership with realizing our barrier-free Canada.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hardcastle. Any further discussion on NDP 19? Seeing none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor of NDP 19? Opposed? Defeated? And now shall call the vote on Clause 53 to move on as is. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We now move on to Clause 54 and Liberal Amendment 26. This is Mr. Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, this is consequential of Amendment 15. We want consistency in language.
Thank you, Mr. Long. Any discussion on Liberal 26? Seeing none, I'll call a vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Liberal 27, Mr. Long.
The amendment, Mr. Chair, ensures the bill is consistent and clear in the language it uses, particularly in granting regulation-making authority to the different regulators under this Act. The amendment prevents any uncertainty as to the authority of regulators to make regulations in relation to feedback processes by specifically establishing this authority. Regulators must be able to define, adjust, and adapt requirements for the feedback process as necessary to ensure that all Canadians, especially persons with disabilities, have an effective tool to communicate with regulated entities on accessibility.
Thank you very much, Mr. Long. Any further discussion on Liberal 27? Ms. Hardcastle.
So don't we want the accessibility commissioner doing this job? Like, I don't why?
Chair, yeah. Okay.
I just trying to get more rationale, I guess, for why we're for this. Shouldn't it be the accessibility commissioner? Just going back to some of my arguments and in my amendments, what is the accessibility commissioner going to do?
Ms. Falk?
I just want to follow up with that too, because in almost all the testimony that we heard from stakeholders who either came by video or flew across the country to come speak with us, they had said how they're, because we consulted with the stakeholders, but the stakeholders consulted with their people. And they all had said that they wanted this to be a simpler process and the accessibility commissioner to just be in charge. So I'm also, through you, Mr. Chair, confused with my colleague of what's the reasoning. So if, through you, Mr. Chair, if the Liberals could please give an explanation for this amendment as why we wouldn't have the accessibility commissioner in charge.
Thank you very much, Ms. Falk. Mr. Long.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I mean, we feel the sectoral approach is the best approach to move forward with this.
Thank
Mr.
you,
Chair.
Mr. Long. Ms. Falk.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I feel that that actually goes against with what stakeholders had came and witnessed and testified to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Falk. Any further discussion on Liberal 27? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor of Liberal 27? Opposed? Carried. Move to Liberal 27.1. This is a Mr. Rumi.
Chair, again, just consequential amendments to Lib 16.1 is making timelines to regulations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rumi. Any further discussion on Liberal 27.1? Seeing none, call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And now I'll call the vote on Clause 5 as amended, or Clause 54 as amended. Support. Opposed? Carried. We now move to clause 55. And we'll start with Liberal 28, but again, if Liberal 28 is adopted, CPC 34 cannot be moved due to consistency, and that will be with Liberal 28 and 29, just to give the CPC members of the committee a heads up on that. So Liberal 28, that is Mr. Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, it's consequential of 17 and 22. Same discussion.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion on Liberal 28? Seeing none, call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Liberal 29, Mr. Rumi?
Again, publication of rationale for exemptions, just consequential amendments, Liberal 18 and 23.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now call the vote on clause 55 as amended. All those in favor?
Mr. Chair?
Sorry?
Sorry.
Yep. Ms. Falk?
We believe that clause 55 in Bill C-81 should be voted down. This bill allows, as written, regulated entities to be exempted from complying with accessibility requirements. There is no principled reason why some organizations should be exempted and not others. Any exemptions will weaken the overall purpose of the act, and we believe that there should be no exemptions in this bill.
Thank you very much, Ms. Falk. Ms. Hardcastle?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I concur with my colleagues. Section 55 must be omitted from the bill. This section permits the minister, the CRTC, or the CTA to exempt organizations from complying with requirements to prepare and publish accessibility plans, create feedback processes, and develop progress reports.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hardcastle.
May I
Any further
ask for a recorded vote, please?
I figured you would. Any further discussion before we go to the vote? Call the vote.
Mr. Hoag,
This is C, Liberal 29, Block.
on clause 55.
This is clause 55 as amended.
Yes.
Mr. Long,
Yes.
Mr. Morrissey,
Yes.
Mr. Rumi,
Yes.
Mr. Sangha,
Yes.
Mr. Diot,
No.
Ms. Falk,
No.
Ms. Hardcastle.
No.
Carried.
It is carried. We now move to clause 56. The First Amendment is Liberal 30. This is Mr. Morrissey.
It's simply adding communication.
Thank you very much, Mr. Morrissey. Mr. Long?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to propose a sub-amendment, please.
Okay.
I want to ensure consistency with similar motions. So I can read it?
Yep.
Please amend Liberal 30 to read, referred to in paragraphs 5A, B, F, and G, and in the area referred to in paragraph 5, C1, as it relates to the areas referred to in those paragraphs and.
So just adding that in as it relates. Thank you, Mr. Long. Is everybody clear on the sub-amendment to Liberal 30? Read it again, Ms. Can you read it again, Mr. Long? Oh, sorry.
Referred to in paragraphs 5A, B, F, and G, and in the area referred to in paragraphs 5, C1, as it relates to areas referred to in those paragraphs and.
Thank you, Mr. Long.
That's a stop.
Sub-amendment, yeah. Ms. Falk?
Yeah.
I'm just wondering how that changes. What does that change in this clause?
Thank you very much, Mr. Falk. Does Mr. Long, do you want to respond to
I
that?
think it just adds more clarity to the, to the amendment.
Consistency with communications.
Okay.
Yes.
Any further discussion on the sub-amendment? Okay, we'll vote on the sub-amendment. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So now we'll vote on, if there's any more discussion on Liberal 30 as amended. Okay, I'll call the vote on Liberal 30 as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. CPC 35. Any discussion on CPC 35?
Yes.
Mr. Diot.
We feel that in clause 56 should be amended by adding after line 21 on page 26 the following. The accessibility plan must include a statement on how it will contribute to the realization of a Canada without barriers.
Thank you very much, Mr. Diot. Any further discussion on CPC 35? Mr. Rumi.
To clarify, so in Liberal 14, 21, 25, it actually more comprehensive, the ones that we've already passed. I just wanted to point that out, more comprehensive than what's being proposed right now.
Thank you, Mr. Rumi. Any further discussion? Ms. Falk.
I just want to make a statement through you, Mr. Chair, with that. It contradicts a little bit what we've heard, how we've heard that we want simplicity in the legislation and comprehension in the regulations, and that's what we've been hearing from the government. So I'm a little confused by that last statement.
Thank you very much, Ms. Falk. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor of CPC 35? Opposed? Defeated. NDP 20. Ms. Hardcastle?
Once again, Mr. Chair, we have an opportunity where, if applicable, the bargaining agent of employees are included in the preparation of the accessibility plan.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion on NDP 20? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor of NDP 20? Opposed? It's defeated. We now move to Liberal 31. Mr. Long?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, this one is consequential of amendments 14, 21, and 25 now. Same thing.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Long. Any further discussion on Liberal 31? If not, I will call the vote. All those in favor of Liberal 31? Opposed? Carried. I will now call the vote on Clause 56, carry as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. No amendments were submitted for Clause 57, so call the vote on Clause 57 to carry as is. All in favor? Carried. Clause 58. Our first amendment and only amendment there is NDP 21. Ms. Hardcastle?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you've noted, there's many sections of this bill that need to be amended to recognize that many affected people will be public workers with collective agreements. It is important that their rights not be undermined, and it is important that we work in synchronicity in this foundational legislation. And so once again, this amendment is an example of areas where the bargaining agents of employees are included in the preparation of a progress report.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hardcastle. Any further debate on NDP 21? We'll go to the vote. All those in favor of NDP 21? Opposed? It's defeated. I'll call the vote on Clause 58 to carry as is. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We now move to Clause 59. And again, we have three amendments proposed, Liberal 32, 33, and CPC 36. If Liberal 32 and/or 33 are adopted, CPC 36 cannot be moved due to consistency. So we will start with Liberal 32, put forward by Mr. Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, this is consequential of 17, 22, and 28 previously discussed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Long. Any further discussion? Ms. Falk?
Well, I know we've, on this side of the table, have spoken several times about exemptions and how we feel. So that's all I'm going to say.
Thank you very much, Ms. Falk. Any further discussion? If not, I will call the vote on Liberal 32. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We now move to Liberal 33, submitted by Mr. Rumi.
Once again, this is regarding publication of rationales for exemptions. Consequential amendments to Liberal 18, 23, and 29.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rumi. Any further discussion on Liberal 33? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor?
Oh, go
Just
ahead.
on-
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm
Yeah,
getting
go
the
ahead.
theme. Yeah.
Sure. Okay.
All those in favor of Liberal 33? Opposed? Carried. I will now go to any discussion on Clause 59 as amended. Ms. Falk.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for assuming what I was going to do. So again, we believe that Clause 59 in Bill C-81 should be voted down. Again, this bill allows for regulated entities to be exempted from complying with accessibility requirements. There is no principled reason why some organizations should be exempted. Any exemptions will weaken the overall purpose of this act. Again, we do not agree with exemptions. There shouldn't be any in this act, and I would also request a recorded vote, please.
Thank you very much, Ms. Falk. Any further discussion on Clause 59 as amended? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. It'll be a recorded vote.
Mr. Hoag,
Opposed?
it's on Clause 59.
This Clause 59 as amended.
Mr. Hoag,
In favor?
Mr. Long.
Yes.
Mr. Morrissey, Mr. Rumi,
Yay.
Mr. Sangha,
Yes.
Mr. Diot,
No.
Ms. Falk,
No.
Ms. Hardcastle.
No.
Carried.
It is carried. We now move to Clause 60. And the first amendment is Liberal 34, submitted by Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Chair, these amendments are to bring in line with amendments in Liberal 5, 6, 13, 19, 24, and 30.
Thank you very much, Mr. Morrissey. Any discussion on Liberal 34? Seeing none, ask for the vote. All those in favor of Liberal 44? 34? Jeez. Opposed? I'm just trying to move this thing along. Carried. We now move to CPC 37.
Yeah,
Mr.
Mr. Chair,
Diot.
we feel that Clause 60 should be amended by adding after line 31 on page 29 the following. The accessibility plan must include a statement on how it will contribute to the realization of a Canada without barriers.
Thank you very much, Mr. Diot. Any further debate on CPC 37? Ms. Falk.
Again, just to reiterate, I feel like a broken record, but changes here, these changes would strengthen the effectiveness of accessibility plans, which I'm sure we all believe is important, help ensure that proper barrier identification is done, which I'm sure we all agree with, and prevention and removal addresses issues of intersectionality and poverty, which I would assume, but I don't want to assume, that we would all agree with. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Falk. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor of CPC 37? Opposed? It is defeated. NDP 22, Ms. Hardcastle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Similar to our concerns about exemption with the CRTC, the Canadian Transportation Agency should not be the one who is notified by a regulated entity in terms of the publication and update of its accessibility plan. It should be the Accessibility Commissioner.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hardcastle. Any other discussion on NDP 22? Ms. Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to be on record that we also agree. We heard the stakeholders in testimony here, and also the ones that have reached out to our offices, that this is important, that they want that accessibility commissioner to be there and to be accessible to them, so the process isn't confusing. So again, on record, I just want to say that, yeah.
Thank you very much, Ms. Falk. Any further discussion on NDP 22? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? It is defeated. NDP 23, Ms. Hardcastle.
Once again, Mr. Chair, the bargaining agents of employees must be part of this legislative process. Otherwise, you are not using synergy. You are undermining people's rights. You are splintering again, and you're not maximizing infrastructure and relationships that are already in place. And you're not leveraging those relationships for this new bill. So once again, bargaining agents of employees must be included as partners in preparing an accessibility plan.
Thank you, Ms. Hardcastle. Any further discussion on NDP 23? Seeing none, go to the vote. All those in favor of NDP 23? Opposed? Defeated. And our final amendment on Clause 60, Liberal 35, submitted by Mr. Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, again. This is repetitive but consequential of 14, 21, 25, and recently 31.
Thank you, Mr. Long. Any further discussion? Seeing none, for the vote, all those in favor of Liberal 35? Opposed? It's carried. I now call the vote on Clause 60 be passed as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. In Clause 61, we have one amendment submitted, NDP 24. Ms. Hardcastle?
Once again, Mr. Chair, this is another example of a problematic area when we don't have the accessibility commissioner being the authority that is notified. It shouldn't be. The regulated entity doesn't notify their own organization. In this case, the Canadian Transportation Agency. They notify the Accessibility Commissioner.
Thank you,
Pretty
Ms. Hardcastle.
straightforward.
Thank you, Ms. Hardcastle. Any other discussion on NDP 24? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor of NDP 24? Opposed? It is defeated. Now I'll call the vote on Clause 61, carry as is. All those in favor? Opposed? Carries. We now move on to Clause 62. We have two amendments submitted, NDP 25 and 26. Ms. Hardcastle? start with NDP 25.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. And once again, I will just underscore the point that we are establishing with Bill C-81 an accessibility commissioner that needs to be given all of the strength and focus in order to be able to implement effectively. And that's who should be notified when these organizations are going through the process to comply with C-81. There's no other agency that should be in charge of that kind of compliance with C-81. The Accessibility Commissioner, as you'll see in further amendments, I keep underscoring this point. The importance of the Accessibility Commissioner needs to be bolstered. We have language here that does not substantiate the office and the mandate of the Accessibility Commissioner without these amendments.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hardcastle. Any further discussion on NDP 25? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor of NDP 25? Opposed? It is defeated. Ms. Hardcastle, NDP 26.
Just briefly again, Mr. Chair, we have to leverage our partnerships, and the collective bargaining agent for many of the employees that are going to be affected by Bill C-81 needs to be, a partner needs to be included.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hardcastle. Any further discussion on NDP 26? I will call the vote. All those in favor of NDP 26? Opposed? Defeated. And now I'll call the vote on Clause 62 to carry as is. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We now move on to Clause 63. We have 3 amendments proposed, beginning with Liberal 36, submitted by Mr. Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, this is consequential of number 16. It provides more clarity.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion on Liberal 36? I will call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Liberal 37 again, Mr. Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Consequential of 15 and 37.
Thank you. Any discussion? Call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 37.1, Liberal amendments. Mr. Rumi.
Again, timeline to making regulations, consequential of amendments, Liberal 16.1 and Liberal 27.1.
Thank you. Any, Ms. Falk?
I just have a question. Make at least one regulation.
Sorry?
Make at least one regulation
That's the,
within the period of 2 years.
That's the trigger point.
One.
At least one.
One.
At least one.
Yeah, I just wanted clarity, make sure I wasn't seeing wrong, but it says make at least one in 2 years.
That's the trigger point. It has to be at
Sure,
least.
yeah, okay. Yeah. Thanks. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
You could do more.
Any other discussion on Liberal 37.1? Seeing none, I will call a vote. All those in favor of Liberal 37.1? Opposed? Carried. We will now go to the vote on Clause 63 to carry as amended. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We now move to Clause 64. We have 3 amendments proposed, which we have seen previously. But again, Liberal 38 and or 39, if they are adopted, CPC 38 cannot be moved due to consistency. So first, we will begin with Liberal 38, submitted by Mr. Long.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. As previously discussed, in 17, 22, 28, and recently 32.
Thank you, Mr. Long. Any discussion? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor of Liberal 38? Opposed? It's carried. Mr. Rumi, Liberal 39?
Once again, this is regarding publication of rationales for exemptions consequential to Lib 18, Lib 23, Lib 29, Lib 33.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor of Liberal 39? Opposed? Carried. And now we'll move to the vote on Clause 64 to carry as amended. Any discussion? Ms.
Mr.
Falk.
Chair, yes, thank you. So again, we believe that Clause 64 in Bill C-81 should be voted down. Again, we've heard from our witnesses over and over in the briefings that we had received. This bill, as is, allows for regulated entities to be exempted from complying with accessibility requirements. There is no principled reason why some organizations should be exempted at all. Again, we don't believe that there should be any exemptions, and we would request a recorded vote, please.
Thank you very much, Ms. Falk. Any further discussion on Clause 64 as amended? Ms. Hardcastle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too want to specify that my stance was that this should be, this section 64 should be omitted from the bill. And just in the order of the process where we express those exemptions comes after, but I've seen a pattern of what's happening now in the meetings, and I'm trying to keep myself engaged so that I don't become cynical. And in reality, I did vote for the amendments to 64 because my colleagues across the way did propose some time limits on exemptions and the publication in the Gazette, which is important transparency that I do support, and it's the lesser of two evils. So I just wanted to clarify that for anybody else who actually is paying attention to how we are voting today. We actually have to move forward and make the best of this, and I will continue trying to be engaged and put forth the amendments that I think will make this meaningful. But indeed, Section 64, Clause 64, should be omitted entirely.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hardcastle. Any further discussion on Clause 64 as amended? Seeing none, we've had a request for a recorded vote.
Mr. Hoag,
That's overall in favor.
Yes, this is in favor. Yeah.
Mr. Long,
Yes.
Mr. Morrissey,
Yes.
Mr. Rumi,
Yes.
Mr. Sangar,
Yes.
Mr. Diot,
No.
Ms. Falk,
No.
Ms. Hardcastle.
No.
Carried.
Clause 64 carries. We move to Clause 65. And we have several amendments proposed with Clause 65, but we will begin with Liberal 40, submitted by Mr. Morrissey.
As it is.
As is? Perfect. Oh, Mr. Long,
I'd like
we were
to
so close.
I know. I'd like to propose a sub-amendment, please.
Oh, I just get.
Just to address the drafting error, Mr. Chair.
Okay,
I'd like to strike out 20 on line 1 in part 2.
okay. Passenger 20 trains, you want to take that 20 out?
Yes, please.
Okay. Good eye. So just have vote on the sub-amendment to Amendment Liberal 40. All in favor? Carried. Any further discussion on Liberal 40 as amended? Seeing none, I'll go to the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. CPC 39. Any discussion? Mr. Diot.
Yeah, we'd like to, in clause 65, should be amended by adding after line 25 on page 33, the following: the accessibility plan must include a statement on how it will contribute to the realization of a Canada without barriers. And basically the rationale is that Part 4 should include an additional provision requiring accessibility plans to relate to the purpose of the Act and to be prepared and implemented in accordance with the principles of the Act. Plans should address how they will contribute to achieving a Canada without barriers by the date specified in the Act, and these changes would strengthen the effectiveness of accessibility plans and to help ensure that barrier identification, prevention, and removal addresses issues of intersectionality and poverty, and that's why we conservatives believe that should be changed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Diot. Any further discussion on CPC 39? Seeing none, go to the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? It is defeated. NDP 27, Ms. Hardcastle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Once again, the employees of the regulated entities of, in this case, the Canadian Transportation Agency, needs to have the bargaining agents of those employees included in the preparation of its accessibility plan.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of NDP 27? Opposed? It is defeated. Final amendment on clause 65, Liberal 41, submitted by Mr. Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, again, and I'm being repetitive. I apologize for that, but this is consequential of amendments 14, 21, 25, 31, and recently 35.
Thank you very much, Mr. Long. Any discussion? Seeing none, call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? It is carried. And now call the vote on clause 65, carrying as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. No amendments were submitted for clause 66, so I'll call a vote to approve, carry 66 as is. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. We now move to clause 67. We have one amendment proposed, Ms. Hardcastle, NDP 28.
Thank you. Once again, Mr. Chair, in the preparation of a progress report, a regulated entity that has employees that are served under with bargaining agents, those need to be included. Pretty straightforward.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hardcastle. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor of NDP 28? Opposed? Defeated? I call the vote on clause 67 to carry as is. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Clause 68, similar that we have addressed a few times. With 68, we have Liberal 42 and 43. If they are one and both adopted, CPC 40 cannot be submitted due to consistency. So we will start with Liberal 42 in clause 68. Mr. Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, consequential 17, 22, 28, 32, and recently 38.
Any discussion? All those in favor of Liberal 42? Opposed? Carried. Amendment Liberal 43. Mr. Rumi?
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. This is just for the publication of rationale for exemptions, consequential to Lib 18, 23, 29, 33 and 39.
Thank you very much. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of Liberal 43? Opposed? Carried. Now I'll go to Clause 68 to be carried as amended. Any discussion? Ms. Falk?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I'm going to repeat myself, but that's okay. I'm on record. Again, we believe that Clause 68 in Bill C-81 should be voted down. We just don't believe that exemptions should be granted. Again, there's no principled reason why some organizations should be exempted, especially if accessibility is the goal and we're trying to shift a culture. I don't think that any federally regulated organization should be exempted. Thank you. Oh, and
Yeah, I was going to just ask you that. Yeah. Thank you very
can we have a recorded vote with that, please?
Thanks,
Yes.
Ms. Falk. Ms. Hardcastle?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Once again, Section 68 is one that gives power to exempt to the minister on any terms that the minister considers necessary, and it must be omitted from the bill.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hardcastle. Any further discussion on Clause 68 as amended? Seeing none, we will call the vote on Clause 68 as amended. We have had a request for a recorded vote.
Mr. Hoag,
Favor?
Mr. Long,
Yes?
Mr. Morrissey,
Yes.
Mr. Rumi,
Yes.
Mr. Sangha,
Yes.
Mr. Diot,
No.
Ms. Falk,
No.
Ms. Hardcastle.
No.
Clause 68 is carried. We will go to Clause 69. We will finish this clause and then we'll take a bit of a break at 10 o'clock. So we have three amendments proposed for Clause 69, and beginning with CPC 41. Mr. Diot?
About strengthening CRTC accessibility plans. So we propose that in Clause 69, it be amended by adding after line 29 on page 36, the following. The accessibility plan must include a statement on how it will contribute to the realization of a Canada without barriers.
Thank you very much, Mr. Diot. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of CPC 41? Opposed? It's okay. All those opposed to CPC 41 is defeated. Ms. Hardcastle, NDP 29.
Once again, Mr. Chair, in the preparation of an accessibility plan, the agents, the collective agreement, bargaining agents for the employees need to be included.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hardcastle. Any further discussion on NDP 29? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Defeated. Our final amendment on Clause 69, Liberal 44. Mr. Long?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Consequential 14, 21, 25, 31, 35, and recently 41.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So call the vote on Clause 69 to carry as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We'll just quickly do Clause 70 as there are no amendments proposed. So shall Clause 70 carry as is? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We will now be suspended for about 5 minutes. Thank you. Keeps you awake. Yeah.
We're on clause 170 now?
Yeah.
Aye.
That's all right.
Thing at all.
All right, thank you very much, everyone. We'll get back to it. And looking through the rest of the clauses, there are quite a few that don't have amendments, or we are, although it doesn't look like it, we are getting a little bit closer. So I think the plan will be pushing through until about 11:30, quarter to 12 in there somewhere, taking another 5-minute break at that point. They are bringing lunch, I guess, and then lunch will come, grab it, come back to the table, and we'll just keep going through, not take a lunch break if that's okay with everyone, but we'll take another 5 or 10 minute break closer to noon. Yeah. But it will be like 5 or 10 minutes, and that's all. I'll try and get done by that 1 o'clock deadline. Pardon me? 12:30 should be the goal? Okay, well, that depends on...
Higher expectations.
That depends on you guys. Expectations, right.
Anybody's.
Okay. So we're going to move on to a clause 71. And the only amendment we have in clause 71 is NDP 30. Ms. Hardcastle.
Thanks again, Mr. Chair. As you know, a lot of times employer and employee relationships have a lot of reasons where people are on two different sides of a fence, so to speak. This is a situation where we are removing barriers for people living with disabilities, and some of those people that are affected are indeed employees in these federal jurisdictions. And why wouldn't we want to strengthen the relationship with labor? Why wouldn't we want to include them in some of the requirements that are laid out in the bill to prepare, for instance, a progress report? So this amendment includes the bargaining agents of the employees in the preparation of the progress report. And I can't see why that would be something that isn't embraced.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hardcastle. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the vote on NDP 30. All those in favor? Opposed? It is defeated. Now carry clause 71 as is. All those in favor? Opposed? It is carried. We now move on to clause 72. Two amendments proposed, beginning with Liberal 45. Mr. Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, this has been discussed before, but it's consequential of 17, 22, 28, 32, 38, and recently 42.
Thank you very much, Mr. Long.
Thank
Any
you.
discussion? Seeing none, call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Liberal 46, Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Chair, again, referring back to the publication of rationales for exemptions, consequential amendments to Lib 18, 23, 29, 33, 39, and 43.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rumi. Any discussion on Liberal 46? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? It is carried. And we will now go to the vote to carry clause 72 as amended. Any discussion? Mr. You had a comment on this? No? Okay.
He was an eager
No.
voter.
Sorry. We're just, we're voting on clause 72 as amended. No discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So clause 73 and 74, there were no amendments proposed, so unanimous to consent to apply the vote for both 73 and 74. Everybody okay with that? Okay. All those in favor of 73 and 74 carrying as is? Opposed? Carried. Now move to clause 75, CPC 42. Ms. Falk?
Basically, this would just be changing language, so must instead of may.
Sorry.
So basically, this would just ensure that the Accessibility Commissioner makes a compliance order every time there's reasonable grounds to believe that an organization is not complying.
Thank you very much, Ms. Falk. And Ms. Hardcastle, your amendment is identical? You had it.
Absolutely, Mr. Chair. We've got throughout the bill language using words such as may, where we need to have the word must.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hardcastle. Mr. Rumi.
As we saw last night and as we heard from our officials, it's more of the language that is consistent throughout and the language that is used. And if they want to jump in, they can. Actually, that's what we heard from our officials.
Ms. Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just through you, I would just like to respond. I think with something like this, even though it's something that always has been, sometimes we need to evolve. If we're trying to shift a culture and make a statement and show, look, we actually care about this, we have expectations and want to add accountability, I think our language, what language we use is very important.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Falk. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor of CPC 42? Opposed? It is defeated. So I will ask for unanimous consent since Clause 75 was not amended. So Clause 75 to Clause 92, unanimous consent to apply the vote? Agreed? No. Okay. We'll start with Clause 75 to carry as is. All those in favor? Opposed? It carries. So try that again. Clause 76 to 92, unanimous consent to apply the votes? Yeah. Great, thank you. So for Clause 76 to 92 to carry as is, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. We now move to Clause 93 and Amendment CPC 43. Ms. Falk?
Again, I have the same argument as before. You know, I think with what language is used in this bill is really going to set the tone for compliance, and also set the tone for people with disabilities to know that we are serious about having this whole process be transparent and keeping the Accessibility Commissioner transparent and accountable.
Thank you very much, Ms. Falk. Mr. Diot.
Yeah, I think we all have heard the expression words matter. So these words very much matter. Must, it should be, may should be changed to must, so that we can have some teeth in this bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Diot. And Ms. Hardcastle, yours is identical amendment.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I just want to maybe reword for the sake of stakeholders who are listening to the debate between the words must and may. Right now, we're talking about the Accessibility Commissioner and enforcement. So the fact that the Accessibility Commissioner must make public certain notifications of violations, and if a penalty was imposed and other information that's already been specified, that is extremely reasonable to expect in any kind of legislation that they have to do it, which means we will be using the word must, not may.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hardcastle. Any further discussion? Seeing none, call the vote. All those in favor of CPC 43? Opposed? It is defeated. Now move to the vote on Clause 93, carry as is. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We now move to Clause 94 and CPC 44. Ms. Falk.
That in Bill C-81 in Clause 94 be amended by replacing line 9 on page 51 to line 3 on page 52 with the following. 2. For greater certainty, complaints in respect of a contravention of any provision of regulations made under subsection 117.1 may only be filed with the Accessibility Commissioner in accordance with subsection 1. And in the event of any inconsistency between the provisions of this Act and the provisions of the Federal Public Sector Labor Relations Act, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Act, the Public Service Employment Act, or any other acts of Parliament, the provisions of this Act prevail to the extent of the inconsistency. So basically, Mr. Chair, this amendment to designate the Accessibility Commissioner as the one body to handle compliance with accessibility standards and adjudication of complaints. This bill, as stands, does not designate one central agency to oversee compliance with accessibility requirements and adjudicate accessibility complaints. Instead, if this amendment is not passed, it will have enforcement done by multiple agencies. So this would include the Accessibility Commissioner, CRTC, CTA, and the Federal Public Sector Labor Relations and Employment Board. So as we've heard from stakeholders, this was a request from them that that the process be simplified and that we just have one body where complaints would be directed to. And stakeholders had said and testified that it would be easiest and more accessible for them if this was achieved through the Accessibility Commissioner.
Thank you very much, Ms. Falk. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I will call the vote on CPC 44. All those in favor? Oh, sorry. Recorded vote.
Mr. Hoag. Mr. Long. No. Mr. Morrissey.
No.
Mr. Rumi. No. Mr. Sangha.
No.
Mr. Diot.
Yes.
Ms. Falk.
Yes.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Yes.
It is defeated. Therefore, I will go to the vote on Clause 94 to carry as is. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We will now move to Clause 95. We have a few amendments submitted. And again, Ms. Hardcastle, CPC 45 and NDP 32 are identical. So we'll start with CPC 45. Any discussion on CPC 45?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Again, it's very similar. We conservatives believe that in order to give this bill some teeth, the word may should be changed to must in Clause 95. So this change will ensure that the Accessibility Commissioner does investigate all complaints that fall within its purview, and there is no justification for the Accessibility Commissioner to decline to investigate if all the criteria described in the bill are met, since there would be no other legal mechanism available for pursuing the complaint.
Thank you very much, Mr. Diot. Any further discussion? Ms. Hardcastle.
Yes, I just would like to reinforce that this language change to the more assertive use of the word must is under investigation, under the section for investigation, when there is no other recourse. So we're saying that the Accessibility Commissioner must investigate when someone has no other recourse under the provisions that are outlined in this section.
Thank you very much. Mr. Diot.
We'd like a recorded vote on this as well.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I will go to the vote on CPC 45. It's a recorded vote.
Mr. Hoag. Mr. Long.
No.
Mr. Morrissey. Mr. Rumi. Mr. Sangha.
No.
Mr. Diot.
Yes.
Ms. Falk.
Yes.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Yes.
It is defeated. We will now move to CPC 46. Any discussion on CPC 46?
I'm just looking for that.
Okay, give you a minute.
Right, okay, sorry
Mr.
about
Diot,
that.
that's okay.
So we conservatives believe that Clause 95E must be amended to make it clear that the one-year limitation period to file an accessibility complaint begins from the time the complainant became aware of the act or omission which cause them to suffer a loss. So this change will ensure that people are not prevented from filing an accessibility complaint because they were not aware of the organization's failure to comply with the act that occurred more than 1 year ago.
Thank you, Mr. Diot. Any further discussion on CPC 46? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor of CPC 46? Opposed? Carried.
Which is it?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Ms. Falk, you want to do that again, recorded vote? Yeah. We'll now go to the vote on Clause 95 as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. I will now ask for unanimous consent for Clause 96 to 102 to apply the votes on those. No amendments were proposed. Do I have unanimous consent to do so? Okay. So we'll now call the vote on clauses 96 to 102. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. We will now move to Clause 103 and amendments CPC 47. Ms. Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That Bill C-81 in Clause 103 be amended by adding after line 6 on page 56 the following. The review must be conducted by a different officer or employee than the one who made the decision under review. The complainant must be given the opportunity to make representations to the officer or employee conducting the review in a manner that is accessible to the complainant. So we're asking that with this amendment to require that the person who reviews a decision not to investigate or to discontinue an investigation of a complaint, it is not the same person who had made the original decision. Part 6 must include a section that provides that complainants who request a review of the Accessibility Commissioner's decisions will have an opportunity to make submissions in a manner and form that is accessible to them. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Falk. Any further discussion on CPC 47? Mr. Long.
We'd like to propose a sub-amendment where we remove the text in 1.1 and then replace it with the text currently in 1.2.
So remove one, make 1.2 1.1.
Basically, yes. Yeah, we can support that.
Yeah. Ms. Falk? It's okay. Ms. Falk?
We don't have to accept this amendment,
We will,
or
we'll vote on the
we'll
sub-amendment.
vote on the sentence? Okay.
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 So we'll now, any further discussion on the proposed sub-amendment to CPC 47? Ms. Falk?
So I can.
Yeah, so we're going to discuss the
okay.
sub-amendment. If you have a, if you have.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We feel that 1.1 as it is, it's stating the review must be conducted by a different officer or employee than the one who made the decision under the review. I mean, that's seems like common sense to me. I mean, that's keeping impartiality. It's keeping it, not having a conflict of interest in this. So what is the reasoning for this amendment? If I feel by accepting, if this amendment, sub-amendment was accepted, it would actually weaken what is trying to be accomplished with this amendment.
Well,
Mr. Long?
we want the Human Rights Commission to keep their independence. So it's just a suggestion, like I say, if you would strike 1.1, we would support. Otherwise,
So,
Thank you, Mr. Long. Ms. Falk?
do you guys have a comment down at the other end? I thought yesterday that Human Rights Commission already does have that right, like they're above this. So I don't understand. I don't understand, because yesterday I'm pretty sure, unless I dreamt it in my short nap last night, that the Human Rights Commission already would somewhat have the final say. Yeah. So I'm confused as why.
Okay, sorry, one time. So, okay, Ms. Hardcastle?
Yeah, I understood that the Human Rights Commissioner is already immune to having their authority or independence eroded. So look, I don't understand. I think it's redundant.
Guys,
then.
guys, just because we have the interpretation, I'm asking you to go one at a time. I will recognize the speaker one at a time. Ms. Hardcastle?
I was finished.
Mr. Long?
thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
We don't want to bind the Human Rights Commission's hands. But again, we can certainly go back to your proposal if you want.
Okay, we have the sub-amendment
Yep.
on the floor.
Yep.
Any further discussion on the sub-amendment to CPC 47? Seeing none, so Ms. Hardcastle.
So that to me implies that there are aspects that we could be potentially binding human rights hands then. I thought human rights was untouchable. And I need to clarify some of this then, because there's going to need to be another lens that we look at this through if it is true that we indeed can tie their hands.
Thanks, Ms. Hardcastle. Any further discussion on the sub-amendment?
I'll defer to the department.
Thank you, Mr. Long.
So,
Mr. Van Rolt?
Mr. Chair, just maybe clarify the point. So in terms of the Human Rights Act will always prevail. This is an administrative procedure amendment. So this is how the Human Rights Commission has a great deal of independence in how it operates and how it sets its rules from an administrative justice perspective. So the distinction I believe, if I'm hearing things correctly, and I could be wrong, but the point of clarity is that this is about telling the Human Rights Commission how to conduct its business, as opposed to how it applies human rights laws and its human rights lens to different decisions. I hope that's helpful to the member, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Van Raalte. Any further discussion on the sub-amendment? Okay, so the sub-amendment is to basically remove 1.1. 1.2 becomes 1.1. I will now call the vote on the sub-amendment. All those in favor? Opposed? It is carried. So now we will go to the vote on CPC 47 as amended. Any discussion? I'll call the vote. All those in favor of CPC 47 as amended? Opposed? Carried. Okay, now call the vote on clause 103 to be carried as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We now move on to clause 104. We have several amendments proposed, beginning with Liberal 47. Mr. Rumi?
Okay, so the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal expressed concern that there might be insufficient detail set out in Bill C-81 in relation to appeals, and there's a risk that could be future legal challenges regarding the tribunal and what the tribunal can do and cannot do with an appeal. It's also been raised by the Department of Justice that 30 days may not be a sufficient amount of time for persons with disabilities who are represented to file an appeal. So the effects of this motion would amend clauses 104 and 106 to provide greater detail for the appeal powers of the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal and provide the tribunal with the ability to extend an individual's time to make an appeal if the circumstances warranted.
Thank you, Mr. Rumi. Any further discussion on Liberal 47? Ms. Falk?
I have a question through you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
So is this giving a suggestion to the Human Rights Tribunal? Like, I just thought we had heard discussion in the last one, that we had the sub-amendment debate that, from the department about telling CHRTC what to do. So I'm just wondering if this does that?
Mr. Rumi?
So the CHRT, in consultations with all of this, they're the ones who are actually recommending this to avoid future legal challenges regarding what the tribunal can or cannot do. It's something that they feel that they need to have in there to protect their process.
Ms. Falk?
So just to clarify, just because I don't feel that my question was answered, in the previous sub-amendment, in the previous clause, we somewhat were just told or heard that the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal does not want to be told how to do their job. But this amendment here would suggest to them what to do.
This amendment is...
Sorry, Mr.
I'm just trying to understand because I'm feeling that there's not a consistency.
Mr. Rumi?
So this actually comes from the CHRTC, the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. And again, I'll just say it again, they're the ones who feel that without this amendment, it could create problems down the line. So this is just trying to speak to where they feel there may be court challenges and gives them the ability to continue doing what they're doing.
Ms. Falk?
I guess what I'm just trying to say is I find it quite interesting that there was reason before not to take something or change something or to change something, whatever it was. It just, there's this inconsistency that I'm I just don't understand how they can, yeah, I just don't get it. I don't get it.
Mr. Van Rolt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I hope I can make the distinction. So the previous amendment was concerning the review process carried out by the Canadian Human Rights Commission. So your first level of recourse is through a process within the commission, and it was an amendment that would prescribe how the commission was to conduct its work. And so there's always concerns about the independence of the commission and telling the commission how to undertake its work. This is an amendment to the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, which is the appeal body to the Canadian Human Rights Commission, and they have requested. It is my understanding from the testimony and the submission, they have requested flexibility in their appeal powers.
Okay, thank you. That clarifies some things, but I guess it's just interesting that we're taking some things we hear and some things, and we're not taking other things we hear. So, for example, timelines. For example, it's interesting that we're cherry picking what we want to take. Thanks.
Thanks, Ms. Falk. Any further discussion on Liberal 47? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor of Amendment Liberal 47? Opposed? Carried. We now move to Liberal 48, submitted by Mr. Hogue.
And this, consistent with the discussion we've just had, puts us in line with the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. And 1.1 would read, the appeal lies on any ground of appeal that involves a question of law or fact alone, or a question of mixed law and fact, including a principle of natural justice. And this is to go in alignment with the CRHT or CHRT in their actions. So it's to come in compliance and alignment with them.
Thank you, Mr. Hogue. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Liberal 49. Mr. Rumi?
49, let me,
Yeah, take a second, sorry.
it just, we're adding in the grounds of appeal, and it sets out the evidence that supports those grounds. So it's just keeping in line with Canadian Human Rights Tribunal.
Any discussion on Liberal 49? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So now call the vote on Clause 104 be carried as amended. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. No amendments for Clause 105, so a vote to carry Clause 105 as is. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. We now move to Clause 106. I understand there will be some changes. Okay.
No.
Yeah, some changes to the amendments in Clause 106. Liberal 50.
So I'd like to withdraw the Clause 50. Clause Lib 50.
Lib 50, yeah.
Replace it with, I think everybody's got the new one. I can read it out if I need to.
Does everybody have a copy?
Sorry?
Sure. Yeah.
Sure. So Bill C-81 in Clause 106 be amended by replacing lines 9 and 10 on page 57 with the following. May, by order, confirm, vary, give the decision that the Accessibility Commissioner should have given or rescind the decision or order to which the appeal relates, or refer the complaint back to the Accessibility Commissioner for reconsideration in accordance with any direction the Human Rights Tribunal may give.
Ms. Hardcastle, you have a copy now? Okay. Yeah. just give everybody a minute to digest that. Correct. So Liberal 50 is being withdrawn and replaced by this amendment.
Replaced by this one, okay.
Yeah. Any discussion on the new amendment? Seeing none, I will call the vote on the new, what do I call it, Liberal 50? Okay, we're going to call it reference 1015-1430. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now we move to Liberal 51. Mr. Hogue, that was submitted by yourself.
Despite the principles and brilliance of the original intent, it's been pointed out to me that it's not consistent with the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, so I would recommend that we withdraw and replace.
Okay. And you have submitted a replacement amendment.
I have.
Does everybody have a copy? Ms. Hardcastle?
To be good to remind members that when they want a document distributed, they have to go.
Okay, Mr. Hogue, I'll maybe get you to read your new amendment out, please.
1.1, an appeal shall be on the merits based on the record of the proceedings before the Accessibility Commissioner, but the member or panel of members of the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal shall allow oral argument and, if he, she, or it considers it necessary for the purpose of the appeal, shall hear evidence not previously available. This is wording to put us in alignment with the CHRT.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hogue. Ms. Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a question. It says allow oral argument. So I'm wondering, what about deaf persons?
Thanks, Ms. Falk. Any,
My belief is that the sign language will be accepted within that as part of what they're done.
Mr. Van Ralt, I know it's not your amendment, but does that stipulate other options being used, or is it being very specific that only oral arguments?
Or I would assume written.
Just one.
I have a moment to confer, Mr. Chair.
Yes, absolutely.
Because I-
Everything is, here, word here is, okay?
Well, they're conferring. We'll maybe have Ms. Falk
Well, I was just assuming that it would be written and then it says including oral, but then my question is, if this is coming from the tribunal, have they used an accessibility lens to, like, are they already using an accessibility lens? That's just, I don't know if that makes sense, but it's just, it would just be a shame to take something and then say somebody comes that's, you know, deaf and they have to sign, right? It would just be unfortunate if in the bureaucracy, they're not able to, yeah.
Yeah, it seems that the focus of the amendment is that new evidence not previously available is the focus. I think we can maybe play with that oral part, that it's being overly specific. But Mr. Senga, you wanted to comment?
Mr. Chair, the word here is, word shall hear, is not for just to hear with the ears, is the word used technically for the term legally to give him opportunity to represent. His, her, or it.
Right.
Give them opportunity to represent.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Senga. I see what you're saying, but I think the concern here is that it's very specific with oral argument, and I don't think that's necessarily the goal from the discussions on the Liberal side. But Mr. Van Ralt is conferring. Mr. Van Ralt, any input?
Thank you for your patience, Mr. Chair. From an inclusion perspective, I believe oral would be better if it was in person, which can be by video conference, it can be by telephone. So, it doesn't have to be about the person has to appear like physically in the spot, but it would be more inclusive to replace oral with in person.
Thank you for your input. Mr. Hogue.
That doesn't clarify the issue that Rosemary brought up with respect to oral communication, so I think that was the issue.
That the in-person would facilitate the accommodations necessary for anybody that was appearing in person.
Thank you very much, Mr. Van Ralt.
Yeah.
Mr. Diot.
I don't know, when I hear in person, that means a person with disabilities has to appear in person. So I think it should be spelled out, or by video conference, or that's very specific. In person, you've got to be there.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Can't we just change oral to appropriate format? Shall allow argument, or shall allow alternate, you know what I mean? Just appropriate.
Sorry guys, one at a time.
Appropriate formatted arguments. I don't know, that sounds kind of wordy, but it gets more to the way it's you have communication in how do they word that? Braille and alternate formats, in oral and alternative formats. That's so accessible. Whatever's accessible to the person. So maybe we should change shall allow. What happens if you just take the word oral out? I think the chair had mentioned that. Shall allow argument. If oral limits us, just saying argument, does it then imply sufficiently in the context of an accessibility legislation that all appropriate formats, accessible formats, are acceptable?
Thank you very much, Ms. Hardcastle. Mr. Senga.
There are technically two ways to express yourself in the courts or in the tribunals. That's the written and oral. So written is a written presentation. Oral is by way of can be speaking directly to the court or presenting your way you want to present to the court. I think oral word is technically for every other thing except the written representation.
So oral is a legal term?
These are two terms only, oral and written.
Okay, that, I appreciate that feedback. I just, the concern, I guess, with the Disability Accessibility Act is where we,
Oral will include each and everything.
right.
You can't give one specific term for each and every, not even to listen, not even to speak, not even to see, but orally using other instruments to get himself or herself expressed to the tribunal.
I think, and I don't want to get too involved, but I think because we're dealing with the Disability Accessibility Act, we don't want to be very specific on oral. I think that's where the confusion is coming, even if it may be a legal term. That's great input. I appreciate that. Ms. Falk and then Mr. Hoag.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just through you, I just find that comment a little funny. Ironic, is that the word? Because we had witnesses here that couldn't speak and they signed. That was their language, right? So that's, I mean, this is obviously a greater problem if our only two definitions are oral and written. So this is much deeper and bigger than this act. So I'm just really concerned about that because, like I said yesterday, to have this pass and look 20 years down the road from now and have people not be able to access because we didn't do our job here would do an injustice to people that need to access accessibility.
Mr. Hoag.
If we were to replace allow oral with accommodate or accept arguments, so if there was replaced, we would accommodate or accept arguments that he or she considers necessary for the purpose of the appeal.
Okay. Mr. Long?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Could we get some clarification maybe from the legislative clerk, if here, you know, what their opinion is on whether here suffices for accept?
Thus far, they don't believe that oral is sufficient to include everything. The feeling is oral is specific.
It does?
They don't want to give advice on that. It's a legal question, not procedural. But we do have another suggestion on the table, but Mr. Sangha?
Yeah, as Mr. Hoag says, it can be oral, comma, with the accommodations and written.
That's not what I heard from Mr. Hoag. So, sorry, just so we are clear.
Can we just take 1 minute?
Sure, we'll suspend for 1 minute. Mr. Hoag had put a bit of a change forward, so do you have a new suggestion?
Yes, I do.
Well, excellent. I appreciate the enthusiasm.
Well, I'm so excited to be here. that just, if we were to take out oral and just say allow arguments, make that plural, then I think that's probably the simplest way of addressing and allowing the intent that Ms. Falk has put forward.
Thank you very much. That was a roundabout way of getting to where we started.
Well, we're not exactly where we started.
No, we added plural.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
And we took oral out.
Yeah, no, that's right.
Oh,
No,
yeah,
no,
so
that's the most
this
important
is a big
part.
step forward.
This is a huge leap.
A giant
Huge leap.
day.
Okay.
Thank you for bringing that up.
So we now have, it's the accepted as is, as this amendment is. Any further discussion on this amendment? If not, I will call the vote on 101-5-1332. All in favor? This is we withdrew. Yeah, so this is as is. All in favor, sorry, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you, everyone. Good discussion. We now move to Liberal 52. That was put forward by Mr. Rumi.
So again, just referring back to the appeals of the CHRT, this is consequential amendments to Lib 47, 49, and 50.
Thank you, Mr. Rumi. Any discussion? Ms. Falk?
I'm just wondering if it has to state in accessible format, because pending on even the accessibility commissioner, and if they are somebody that has disabilities, just so that it's like in a format that's accessible.
So you're adding that as a suggestion
just-
on 3, like on 3, as
Yeah.
and the parties to the appeal, or a copy of the order must be in accessible format?
Yeah.
Mr. Rumi, do you?
The order made by the
Must be provided in accessible format, I'm thinking is what they're.
Well, I think that's implied.
Sorry, I've got Mr. Sangha first.
Okay.
Mr. Sangha?
Mr. Chair, when we read the definition at section 2 of the Act, I think it's totally described there who are the accessibles, who are in need of the benefits, and how they are to be provided. If not, that has to be in definitions. The rest, everything flows in the whole Act, those same things.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Falk?
I think right now we're looking at everything through an accessibility lens because we're doing it right now. But even, for example, the prior amendment, or wherever it was where we were discussing, it wasn't, we can't have the assumption that it's implied because it clearly wasn't previously. So I think that we just have to be extra cautious that we are looking through the lens and putting that accessibility hat on, looking through every one of these clauses just so we don't become complacent.
Thank you, Ms. Falk. Mr. Rumi? Now, it hasn't been put forward as a sub-amendment. I think it's just a discussion right now.
No. And what we're trying to do is, number one, is keep it consistent with the rest of the motions that we've been putting through on the CHRT. This motion will facilitate by clearly setting out what the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal can and cannot do in dealing with an appeal, avoiding confusion and uncertainty in the process. Now, perhaps James can help us here, because from my recollection of the Human Rights Commission, 70% of complaints came from disability. Sorry?
60%.
60%. And can you maybe shed some light on, like, we need to keep consistent throughout the whole bill with this. What can you tell us about that?
Apologies, Mr. Chair. I'm not clear on the question.
I'm not clear on the question either.
I think, do you have to be specific in the wording, James, that you're outlining that submissions to the commission or the tribunal have to be accessible documents that can be accessible with people with various disabilities? Does that have to be specific?
No, it does not, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Further, I would say that the tribunal's administrative structure that sits in behind it will be a regulated entity, and so it will be subject to the regulations and the standards that are brought forward under the Act.
Thank you. Ms. Falk, is that?
I guess this goes back to my question: is if this is coming from other departments or the tribunal or whatever it is, I don't see them as looking through something with the disability lens, accessibility lens, whatever it may be. So again, I just really hope that there's not going to be a hole in there. And again, 10, 20 years down the road, we find out that, oh, look, they're providing inaccessible documents and the commissioner can't even access them because of maybe their disability or their accessibility requirements.
Thank you, Ms. Falk. Mr. Sangha.
Again, the big lens is this act. And this act provides everything for the barrier-free, how to be barrier-free, what is disability, what is the barrier. Everything is explained in Section 2. Let's leave everything for Section 1171 to form the regulations and the bylaws under that. That's the way things will be regulated.
Thank you, Mr. Sangha. Any further discussion? If not, I'll call the vote on Liberal 5-2. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now I'll call the vote on Clause 106 to be carried as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. I will ask for unanimous consent to apply the votes for Clause 107 to 110. Do I have that? Excellent. So for clauses 107 to 110 to be carried as is, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. We now move to Clause 111. The first amendment is NDP 33. Ms. Hardcastle?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for the record, this section deals with the appointment of the Chief Accessibility Officer, and without the amendment, the Governor and Council may appoint. So the wording is being changed to must appoint.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hardcastle. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor of NDP 33? Opposed? It is defeated. We now move on to CPC 47.1. Any discussion? Ms. Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this amendment, Bill C-81, so this must include timelines for when the Chief Accessibility Officer is to be appointed. So the amendment would say the Chief Accessibility Officer is to be appointed no later than 6 months after the day on which this subsection comes into force. I think by agreeing to this amendment that it's not only going to show our stakeholders that this is something that the government cares about, but also something that the government will take action on immediately after it receives royal assent.
Thank you very much, Ms. Falk. Any further discussion? Ms. Hardcastle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's important to note that throughout our amendments, we've been talking about the Chief Accessibility Officer based on the premise that this officer exists. And we do not have, with the motion previous being defeated, we don't have decisive language that says must. So I would hope at least that my honorable colleagues would at least consider a timeline, because this chief accessibility officer isn't going to exist without that language. And we're discussing based on the fact that that officer does exist. So let's give it a timeline, because the way it stands now, if the government and council doesn't have to appoint a chief accessibility officer, they may, and there's no timeline. It's too precarious for this legislation. This is foundational legislation.
Thank you, Ms. Hardcastle. Any further comment on CPC 47.1? Seeing none. Recorded vote.
Mr. Hoag, Mr. Long,
Nay.
Mr. Morrissey,
No.
Mr. Rumi,
Nay.
Mr. Sanga,
Nay.
Mr. Diot,
Yes.
Ms. Falk,
Yes.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Yes.
The amendment is defeated. Now call the vote on Clause 111 to carry as is. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. No amendments on Clause 112. Motion to move Clause 12 as is. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Clause 113, Liberal Amendment 53. Mr. Rumi?
So, in effect, this motion would create an amendment to the existing duty of the Chief Accessibility Officer to provide the officer with the authority to give information and advice to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rumi. Any discussion on Liberal 53? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. I'll call the vote on Clause 113 to carry as amended. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. We move to new Clause 113.1 and PV 11. Any discussion on PV 11? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor of PV 11? All those opposed? It is defeated. So I'm going to ask for unanimous consent to carry the vote on Clause 114 to 116. Do I have that? Agreed. I will call the vote for Clause 114 to 116 to carry as is. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, we move to Clause 117. We have several amendments on this clause. We will begin with Liberal 54, and that was submitted by Mr. Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, this is consequential of amendments already discussed, 15, 37, 54.
We're also voting on that one. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Long.
Thank you.
Any discussion on Liberal 54? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now we move to CPC 48, and on this amendment, whatever the vote is on CPC 48 will also apply to CPC 53, which is on page 136 of your package, as the vote is consequential and it deals with both clauses. So I will start with discussion on CPC 48, but if you want to have page 136 in your other hand, just so you can look at both, you may do so. So CPC 48. Yep, take a second and grab it. And on this one, Ms. Hardcastle, your amendment 33.1 is identical. Yeah.
So we are suggesting that Bill C-81 and Clause 117 be amended by deleting lines 3 to 15 on page 61. These should be omitted from the bill. This section permits the government to exempt certain organizations or undertakings from producing and publishing accessibility plans, feedback processes, and progress reports. So this is just another opportunity for transparency and accountability.
Thank you very much, Ms. Falk. Ms. Hardcastle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we've heard again and again from our witnesses, there's simply no good reason why any parliament or obligated organization should be exempted from these requirements or any requirements imposed under the bill.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hardcastle. Any further discussion on CPC 48? I will now call the vote on CPC 48. You may have a recorded vote.
Mr. Hoag,
Opposed?
Mr. Long,
No.
Mr. Morrissey,
No.
Mr. Rumi,
Nay.
Mr. Senga,
No.
Mr. Diot,
Yes.
Ms. Falk,
Yes.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Yes.
Defeated.
It is defeated. We now move to Liberal Amendment 54.1, submitted by Mr. Rumi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, referencing back to timeline to making regulations, consequential amendments of Lib 16.1, Lib 27.1, and Lib 54.1.
Thank you very much. Any discussion on the amendment 54.1? Ms. Hardcastle.
Last night, under our discussion, Mr. Chair, I believe that we had a timeline described to us where it would be the summer of 2020. Is this the same timeline? No? Okay, never mind.
No. Thanks. Any further discussion on 54.1? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor of 54.1? Opposed? Carried. We now move to CPC 49. Any discussion on CPC 49, Mr. Diot?
Yes, with this proposal from the Conservatives, the Parliament would see every regulation to be made under 117.1 C, providing more oversight. So in Clause 117, we suggest it be amended by adding, after line 28 on page 61, the following. Number 5, the minister must table in each House of Parliament every regulation that the Governor and Council proposes to make under paragraph 117.1C. 6, each House may refer the proposed regulation to any committee that is appropriate under the rules of that House, and if the proposed regulation is so referred, the committee may review it and report its recommendations to the House. A regulation, number 7, a regulation may not be made before the earliest of A, 30 sitting days after the proposed regulation is tabled in both houses, B, 160 calendar days after the proposed regulation is tabled in both houses, and C, the day after the committee reports its recommendations, or if the proposed regulation was referred to more than one committee, the day after the last report. 8, for the purposes of subsection 7, sitting day means a day on which either house sits. Number 9, the minister must take into account any report of the committee of either house. If a regulation does not incorporate a recommendation of the committee of either house, the minister must table before that house a statement of the reason for not incorporating it. And finally, 10, a proposed regulation that has been tabled in Parliament need not be tabled again before the regulation is made, whether or not it has been altered.
Thank you very much, Mr. Diot. Ms. Hardcastle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe I have a similar or same amendment. So I would just like to concur with my colleague who spoke before me on his amendment and just underscore a few added points to that. So this amendment is under general regulations, and that is Part 8 for those people who are listening and following along today. So under general regulations, right now, it is the governor in council. And this amendment creates transparency and some independence by providing stipulations that these documents be tabled in Parliament independently of the governor and council. And that way we do have some transparency as well, which is extremely important in building the, I guess I'll call it the indoctrinated support that we need in this legislation.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hardcastle. Any further discussion on CPC 49? Mr. Diot.
We'd like a recorded vote as well.
Seeing no other discussion, I will go to the vote. It's recorded.
Mr. Hoag.
Aye.
Mr. Long.
No.
Mr. Morrissey.
No.
Mr. Rumi.
No.
Mr. Sangha. Mr. Diot.
Yes.
Ms. Falk.
Yes.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Yes.
It is defeated. I will now call for the vote on Clause 117 to be carried as amended. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor? Opposed? It is carried. We now move to Clause 118. One amendment proposed, Liberal 55. Mr. Morrissey.
To ensure consistency with a sub-amendment.
Yeah, I have,
Mr. Long.
like to propose a sub-amendment, please, to ensure consistency with similar motions. And I'll read, please amend Liberal 55 to read paragraphs 5A, B, F, and G. And in the area referred to in paragraph 5C1, as it relates to the areas referred to in those paragraphs.
Everybody have that? Any questions on the sub-amendment? Okay. We will vote on the sub-amendment to Amendment Liberal 35. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Any discussion on Liberal 55 as amended? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. I'll now call for the vote on Clause 118 to carry as amended. Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. Chair, Section 118 and incidentally 118 to 121 of the bill should be removed, and any similar provisions in the bill where they limit federal regulations under this act from reaching all aspects of all obligated organizations under this act. The bill should be amended to repose all power to make accessibility standard regulations in the federal cabinet and to remove the bill's grant of the power to make some accessibility standard regulations to the Canadian Transportation Agency and the Canadian Radio and Telecommunications Commission. And so once again, I will repeat that Section 118 should be removed, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hardcastle. Any further discussion?
The communication part you want removed?
No, she's wants clause 118 to be refused. She doesn't want clause 118 in the bill.
Oh, the
in the
communication
legislation.
part.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay. So now the vote on clause 118 to carry as amended. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Clause 119. One amendment proposed, Liberal 56. Mr. Morrissey.
Again, to ensure consistency with similar motions, and it will be sub-amendment. It will be sub-amended.
I have a sub-amendment.
Crying out loud.
Want me to read this, or
Just-
can we all mount it together here? Please amend Liberal.
Just sorry, Mr. Long, just one sec. Are you going to have a few of these throughout as we go? One more? Okay, then we'll just carry on. Okay, I'm assuming it's the same. Okay.
As it relates to.
As it relates to. Okay. Any discussion on the sub-amendment to Amendment Liberal 56? Seeing none, we'll vote on the sub-amendment. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Any discussion on Liberal 56 as amended? Seeing none, for the vote, all those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. I'll call for the vote on clause 119 to carry as amended. Any discussion? Ms. Hardcastle?
Chair, I just want to note that Section 119 is another one of these provisions in the bill that should be removed because it limits federal regulations under this act from reaching all aspects of all obligated organizations that are supposed to be under this act.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hardcastle. Any further discussion? I will call the vote on clause 119 to carry as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, we move to clause 120. Two amendments proposed. The first, Liberal 57 by Mr. Morrissey.
These are consequential to, of amendments Liberal 5, 6, 13, 19, 24, 30, 34, 40, 55, and 56.
Thank you very much. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Liberal 58, Mr. Morrissey again.
Thus, Mr. Chair, is to ensure consistency with similar motions related to mobility persons with sub-amendment.
So Mr. Long,
Chair?
same sub-amendment?
Yes, same, yes.
Okay. I'll call a vote on this sub-amendment to Liberal Amendment 58. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Any discussion on Liberal 58 as amended? Seeing none, all those in favor of Liberal 58 as amended? Opposed? Carried. Now call the vote on clause 120 to carry as amended. Any discussion? Ms. Hardcastle.
Chair, Section 120 of the bill should also be removed. It is another one of those provisions in the bill that limits federal regulations under this act. It limits them from reaching all aspects of all obligated organizations.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the vote on Clause 120 to carry as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We move to Clause 121. Again, two amendments proposed, beginning with Liberal 59. Mr. Long.
Thank you, Chair. Again, exemptions can't be unlimited, so we propose what we proposed in 17, 22, 28, 32, 38, 42, and recently 45.
Thank you. Any discussion on Liberal 59? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Liberal 60, Mr. Rumi.
Again, just referring back to publication of rationales for exemptions, consequential amendments to Lib 18, 23, 29, 33, 39, 43, 46.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Liberal Amendment 60? Opposed? Carried. Now I'll call a vote on Clause 121 to carry as amended. Any discussion? Ms. Hardcastle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Section 121 of the bill should be removed, and any other similar provisions in the bill, by the way, should be removed because they limit federal regulations under the Act. They limit these regulations from reaching all aspects of all obligated organizations under this Act.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hardcastle. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I call the vote on Clause 121 to carry as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, Clause 121-1. We have two amendments, PV 12 and 13. I will begin with PV 12. Any discussion? I'll call the vote on oh, sorry, hang on. It's identical. CPC 54. Forward with that vote. Green Party 12 is identical to CPC 54. Page 137. So if the decision on PV 12 will impact CPC 54, it would not be admissible. So if you want to have any input on that. Yep, it's okay.
So you're saying PV 12 is the same as CPC?
It's identical.
50? Okay.
For that one now.
It's just adding it in a different area, right?
Yes, exactly.
But it's because it's the same. Yeah, so it's the same amendment. It's being added into a different part of the bill, but because it's the same amendment, if the Green Party has put theirs as ahead of ours, or the CPC, therefore it's dealt with first. So any decision on PV 12 will be reciprocated on CPC 54.
So if it fails,
So if it fails,
these other two
CPC
fail
54 fails.
in a different part of the.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Ms. Hardcastle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to speak in support of this amendment as put forth by the member from Saanich Gulf Islands. I know that she wanted to be here today and can't be because she has had an important event in her riding for Kristallnacht. But I do concur with my colleagues and their similar amendment that is extremely important that we have accountability and transparency worked into this bill in a more substantial way, and that we have timelines. And this does help us do that, and rolls in the independence aspect in answering to the House of Parliament rather than the Governor and Council. So I think it's a very significant amendment and an improvement that I welcome.
Very much, Ms. Hardcastle. Mr. Diot.
Mr. Chair, we Conservatives agree that, for instance, if no regulations are made under paragraph 117(1)(c) within 12 months after the day on which this section comes into force, the minister must cause a report to be tabled before each House of Parliament on any of the first 10 days on which that House is sitting after the expiry of that 12-month period. And part two, if no such regulations are made within 12 months after tabling of the report referred to in subsection 1, the minister must cause a report to be tabled before each House of Parliament on any of the first 10 days on which the House is sitting after the expiry of the 12-month period, and at least once every subsequent 12-month period, as long as no regulations have been made. And 3, the reports must include an explanation of why regulations have not been made, and must establish a schedule for the making of such regulations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Diot. Ms. Falk.
I just want to add too that I don't believe that this is partisan legislation. I think that we should all have the best intention for people that need accessibility. That being said, I want to somewhat repeat my colleagues' comments yesterday about we don't know what 10, 20 years, who the government's going to be, and that this ensures that accessibility is going to be a priority and that it's not going to be something that is overlooked. And it holds that level of accountability and, transparency. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Falk. Any further comment on PV 12? Seeing none, I will call for a recorded vote.
Thank you.
Sorry.
That's okay. Mr. Hogue? Mr. Long?
Nay.
Mr. Morrissey?
Nay.
Mr. Rumi? Mr. Sangha?
Nope.
Mr. Diot?
Yes.
Ms. Falk?
Yes.
Ms. Hardcastle?
Yes.
It is defeated. We now move to Green Party 13. Any discussion on Green Party 13? No. No. Seeing none, I will call a vote. All those in favor? Opposed? It is defeated. As a result, no amendments were made to 122, so I'm going to ask for unanimous consent to apply the votes for clauses 122 to 130. Do I have unanimous consent to do so? No? Okay. We will first address 122, so clause 122 to carry as is. All those in favor? Opposed? It is carried. I'll give it one more try. Unanimous consent to apply the votes to clause 123 to 130. Do I have that? Excellent. I now call for the vote for clause 123 to 130 to carry as is. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, we're moving on to clause 131. We have the first is Green Party 14. And again, if this one is adopted, CPC 50 cannot be moved due to a conflict, as the Green Party amendment will change the same lines as CPC 50. That's only if it's adopted. Okay. If it fails, we will still move to CPC 50. Any discussion on Green Party 14? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor of PV 14? All those opposed? Defeated. We'll move on to CPC 50. Ms. Falk.
So we are requesting an amendment stating 5 years after the day on which this act receives royal assent, or as soon as feasible after that day, a comprehensive review of its provisions and operation is to be commenced. So what we are saying is clause 131 should be amended to require that the committee conduct its first review 5 years after the date on which the act is proclaimed into law. This change will prevent the review from being delayed if the regulations are not promptly passed.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Falk. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor of CPC 50? Can have a recorded vote.
Mr. Hoag. Mr. Long. Mr. Morrissey.
No.
Mr. Rumi.
Hey.
Mr. Sangha.
No.
Mr. Diot.
Yes.
Ms. Falk.
Yes.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Yes.
Defeated.
It is defeated. I will now call the vote for clause 31. Shall it carry as is? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Oh, sorry, 131. Yes. 100 out, yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Hoag. We will now move to clause 132. We will start with Green Party 15. Now, Green Party 15 is identical to amendments put forward as CPC 51 and NDP 34. So whatever decision is made on PV 15 will be reciprocal on CPC 51 and NDP 34. So any discussion on PV 15, Ms. Falk?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that what we had heard from witnesses and testimony was timelines was important. It was important to measure the success or in excess of how well the government is doing with accessibility. It is important to make sure that there's direction given and will prompt people to move forward and want to move forward. So this amendment would require the first independent review of the Act to be held in 2025 and every 4 years thereafter. And this will coincide with the Canada's reporting obligations under the Convention of the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Falk. Any further discussion? Ms. Hardcastle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We know that a timeline for independent review is an important component to not only our stakeholders, but to ready us for the day when we actually do implement the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, which we are signatories to, but this bill falls short of actually implementing. But it will position us so that we can evolve into that position. And I think all of us here want to see this legislation actually be effectual. So I would hope that we're all prepared for a compromise here. So if there is a compromise on a specific date that would provide for this, the passing of this amendment, then I think we should discuss that. I'm open to that.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hardcastle. Any further discussion on PV 15? Seeing none.
Please.
Recorded vote. A recorded vote on PV 15.
Mr. Hoag.
Hey.
Mr. Long.
No.
Mr. Morrissey,
No.
Mr. Rumi,
Nay.
Mr. Senga,
Wait,
Mr. Diot,
Yes.
Ms. Falk, Ms. Hardcastle.
Yes.
It is defeated. In the same clause 132, we will move to Liberal Amendment 61, put forward by Mr. Rumi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, this motion would provide an amendment to the independent review of the Act to ensure that the person or persons conducting the independent review is required to consult all implicated parties. With this amendment, we make sure that the minister responsible under this act is not limited in executing their responsibility to appoint a single independent reviewer.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rumi, any further discussion on Liberal Amendment 61? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. I will now call a vote on Clause 132 to carry as amended. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now we move to Clause 133.1. Oh, sorry, I got to do 133 first here. Sorry, jumped ahead. No amendments were proposed on 133. I'll ask for a vote to carry 133 as is. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now we go to 133.1. It's an amendment proposed by the Green Party 16. The feeling is that it is inadmissible due to making specific declaration on the specifics of sign language that is beyond the scope of the bill, that introduces new concepts that were not included in other parts of the bill. So that would include PV 16 and CPC 52 as inadmissible. So that's correct. So we'll be passing those two. Any discussion on that? I will now be asking for unanimous consent to apply the votes for Clause 134 to 141 for the votes to apply. Do I have that? Ms. Hardcastle,
Oh,
are you saying
Yeah.
yes?
no.
You're saying no to unanimous consent?
Yeah, and I don't know where to do this because it's in the middle. I have something to say about one of the clauses.
Can you tell me which one, and then we can group the other
So
ones
no?
around it?
Okay, so 138.
Okay, so how about we group 134 to 137? Do I have unanimous consent to do that?
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. So I'll now ask for a vote to carry Clause 134 to 137 as is. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. We will now go to Clause 138. Any discussion? Ms. Hardcastle.
Well, Mr. Speaker, guess what? Section 138 of the bill should be removed because it gives the Speaker of the Senate or the Speaker of the House of Commons the power to exempt a parliamentary entity from certain aspects of the bill's requirements. Not good.
Thank you, Ms. Hardcastle. Any further discussion on Clause 138? Seeing none, I will call for the vote on Clause 138 to carry as is. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. I'm asking for unanimous consent for Clause 139 and 141 for the votes to apply. Do I have unanimous consent? Yes. Excellent. I'll call the vote for Clause 139 to 141 to carry as is. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. That takes us to Clause 142. Now, was already done, right? Okay, so that would be both then, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we will have another, because these two amendments were dealt with in previous proposals, can I get unanimous consent to apply the vote to clause 142 to 146? Agreed. Thank you. Now I'll call the vote to have clause 142 to 146 carry as is. All in favor? We already got through unanimous consent. So, sorry. So do I have a vote to have clause 142 to 146 carry as is? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. So we now move to new clause 146.1, but that was, so those were already dealt with. So that will not be there. So clause 147, any discussion on clause 147? No amendments were proposed. So I call a vote to carry clause 147 as is. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. So we'll now move to clause 148. That's one on page 137.2. And we have two amendments proposed, beginning with CPC 54.1. Any discussion? I'll give everybody a minute to get there. Or a few seconds, we'll say that. 137.2.
Perfect.
Yeah, 54.1. Ms. Falk? Yeah.
So basically, this amendment, again, timelines. So the Accessibility Commissioner is to be appointed no later than 6 months after the day on which this subsection comes into force. Pretty straightforward, just timelines, accountability.
Thank you, Ms. Falk. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the vote on CPC 54.1. All those in favor? We can have a recorded vote.
Mr. Hoag. Mr. Long. No. Mr. Morrissey.
No.
Mr. Rumi. Mr. Sanga.
No.
Mr. Diot. Ms. Falk. Ms. Hardcastle.
Yes.
Yeah.
Defeated.
It is defeated. Now to CPC Amendment 55. Any discussion on CPC 55? Ms. Falk?
That Section 26 of the Act is amended by adding the following after subsection 5. 6, the Accessibility Commissioner must receive appropriate training in matters related to accessibility and discrimination. I just think, again, I know I spoke to something like this earlier. Knowledge is power. Sometimes it's just even having a conversation or some type of additional training that makes people more aware of their words and actions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Falk. Any further discussion on CPC 55? Sorry, Ms. Falk?
Can I add?
Absolutely.
I'd like to add, you know, even this training that could happen, I mean, the Accessibility Commissioner should receive anti-racism, anti-oppression, and cultural competency training to ensure that complaint process does not perpetuate systematic discrimination experienced by ethno-racial persons with disabilities or even Indigenous persons with disabilities. So again, it's just becoming aware that different cultures, different things mean different cultures, right? Some cultures you don't make eye contact with people. It's actually disrespectful to do that. And unless people are educated and aware, they are actually causing more harm than good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further input? Seeing none, I will call a vote on CPC 55. All those in favor? Opposed? Is defeated. So I'll now call a vote on clause 148 to carry as is. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. As you can see, lunch is being set up now, so I'll just get through. We've got a bunch we can carry here, so if we can get through those really quick, just in the next 2 minutes before noon, we'll do that, and then we'll break for 10 minutes to grab lunch. So clause 149, we have CPC 56. Any discussion on CPC 56?
This is 56, okay.
Ms. Falk?
So clause 149 should ensure that persons with disabilities participate meaningfully in monitoring and implementation of the CRPD. Such participation is required under Article 33, Sub 3 of the CRPD. Section 149 must be amended to require the Canadian Human Rights Commission to monitor in accordance with Articles 33 Sub 2 and 33 Sub 3 of the CRPD. Sufficient resources must be provided to the Commission and disability communities to support them in their roles.
Thank you very much, Ms. Falk. Any additional discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the vote on CPC 56. All those in favor? Opposed? Defeated. Therefore, can I have unanimous consent to apply the votes on 149 to 153? No? So we'll call the vote on clause 149 to carry as is. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. I'm asking for unanimous consent to apply the votes for clause 150 to 153. To apply the vote? Thank you. Now I'll vote for clause 150 to 153 to carry as is. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Clause 154. Liberal 62. Mr. Rumi?
Yeah, essentially, this is replacing the word emotional with psychological. The bill generally refers to psychological harm except in two instances where it is interchangeably refers to emotional harm. This amendment will ensure the bill consistently uses the term psychological harm.
Thank you, Mr. Rumi. Ms. Falk?
I understand consistency, but how come it can't be psychological and emotional harm?
Mr. Rumi?
No, we had conversations. I'm just trying to think of what the witnesses were telling us. Honestly, it's because there's two instances of emotional harm. We're making it more consistent throughout the entire act. Why would you have two sections where it's referring to it as emotional harm when we're referring to it as psychological harm?
Thank you, Mr. Rumi. Mrs. Falk?
For sure. I see psychological and emotional as two different things, actually. So I'm wondering, are we specifically, or is the government proposing that we specifically remove emotional harm?
Yes, we're replacing emotional with psychological to make it consistent.
Two different things. So,
So, Ms. Falk, you have the floor.
So I'm just wondering if there's, is psychological harm more important than emotional harm? So I'm just trying to understand.
If I can ask Mr. Van Raalte to chime in here a bit.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So apologies to the committee. It is a drafting error. The intent all the way through was to use psychological. It is a broader and more accepted term, and it encompasses the emotional aspect.
Sure, that's how the.
Thank you very much for your intervention. Any further discussion on Liberal 62? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now to a vote to carry Clause 154 as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We'll move to Clause 155. We get through this, then you can go have lunch probably, looks of it. Liberal 63. Mr. Rumi?
Okay, again, referring back to replacing emotional with psychological, consequential amendment to Bill Lib C-62.
Thank you. So again, just changing that emotional to psychological. Any comments, concerns? Seeing none, all in favor of Liberal 63? Opposed? Carried. So now I'll ask for Clause 155 to carry as amended. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now, if I can have unanimous consent to apply the votes for Clause 156 to 162. Unanimous consent? Thank you. Now, shall Clause 156 to 162 carry as is? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We'll take a 10-minute recess to grab some food and take a break. We're now suspended. start back at clause 163, and I appreciate everybody's 163, clause 163. I appreciate everybody's diligence in getting through this. I feel very good about us finishing this by 1 o'clock, so we'll see how well we do. Okay, so 163, Liberal Amendment 64. Mr. Rumi?
So the bill incorrectly refers to the Accessible Canada Act in French as La Loi sur l'accessibilité fédérale. The amendment will ensure the bill is consistent and correct in referring to the correct title, which should be La Loi sur La Loi canadienne sur l'accessibilité.
Merci. Any
They gave it
comments?
to me because of my French.
Yeah, I could tell. Moi aussi. Any comments? Seeing none. All in favor of Amendment 64? Opposed? Carried. Now vote Clause 163 to carry as amended. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now, if I can get unanimous consent to apply the votes for Clause 164 to 168. Do I have that?
Yes.
Thank you. Now vote for Clause 164 to 168 to carry as is. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now move to Clause 169. Two amendments proposed, beginning with Liberal 65. Mr. Morrissey?
Chair, 65 is a consequential amendment in reference to Liberal 1 and 2, which have already been approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. Morrissey. Any comments on Liberal Amendment 65? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Liberal Amendment 66. Mr. Morrissey again.
Mr. Chair, many stakeholder groups have reacted positively to the definition of disability in C81, and some have stated that the definition advances beyond the United Nations Convention of the Rights of Persons with Disabilities by recognizing that certain impairments may cause the experience of barriers to be episodic. This amendment recognizes that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Morrissey. Any discussion or debate on Liberals' Amendment 66? Seeing none, call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. I'll now call the vote for Clause 169 to carry as amended. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. We now move to Clause 170. Liberal proposed amendment number 67. Mr. Morrissey again.
Again, Mr. Chair, these are consequential amendments resulting from amendments Liberal 5, 6, 13, 19, 24, 30, 34, 40, 55, 56, 57, and 58, and they broaden the scope, including communication.
Thank you very much. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Amendment 68, Mr. Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, exemptions can't be unlimited and consequential to previous amendments. I'd like to change this one.
Thank you very much. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Amendment 68? Opposed? Carried. Now call the vote for Clause 170 to carry as amended. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. This is a great one. Can I get unanimous consent to apply the votes for Clause 171 to 206? Agreed? Excellent. Now call the vote to have clause 171 through 206 to be carried as is. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Oh, that was a tough one. Last page, everybody. Now to clause 207. We have CPC Amendment 57. Any discussion on CPC 57? Ms. Falk?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this amendment basically would make, on the 90th day after the day on which this act receives royal assent, so it will come into force. So it's giving 90 days for this act to come into force. Current coming into force provision does not require the government to act. Additionally, if this clause is left as is, according to the Statutes Repeal Act, this act would be automatically repealed within 10 years of receiving royal assent.
Thank you very much, Ms. Falk. Any other discussion or debate on CPC 57? Seeing none, all those in favor of a
Recorded vote, please.
recorded vote?
Mr. Hoag. Mr. Long.
No.
Mr. Morrissey.
No.
Mr. Rumi. Mr. Sangha.
No.
Mr. Diot.
Yes.
Ms. Falk.
Yes.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Yes.
Defeated.
It is defeated. I will now call the vote on clause 207. Sorry?
Amendment?
Yes?
Is that
Yeah.
possible? That Bill C-81 in Clause 207 be amended by replacing lines 28 and 29 on page 103 with the following. 206 come into force on the 60th day after the day on which this act receives royal assent.
Thank you. Do you want to repeat that one more time? Just slow down a little bit.
Okay, sorry.
Just change the day. Yeah.
Amended with the following.
Sorry, it's the same amendment, different day.
Different
Okay.
date. As do
But go
No.
ahead anyway, sorry.
Okay.
Ms. Falk.
amend 206 come into force on the 60th day, 60, after the day on which the act receives royal assent.
Everybody understand the amendment? Any discussion? I'll call the vote. All those in a recorded vote?
Mr. Hoag.
Nay.
Mr. Long.
No.
Mr. Morrissey.
No.
Mr. Rumi.
Nay.
Mr. Sangha. No. Mr. Diot. Yes. Ms. Falk. Yes. Ms. Hardcastle. Yes. Defeated.
It is defeated. Ms. Falk?
May I move another amendment?
Yes?
That Bill C-81 in Clause 207 be amended by replacing lines 28 and 29 on page 103 with the following. 206 come into force on the 30th day after the day on which the act receives royal assent. So again, current coming into force provision does not require the government to act. Additionally, if the clause is left as is, according to the Statutes Repeal Act, this act would be automatically repealed within 10 years of receiving royal assent.
Thank you very much, Ms. Falk. Any discussion? Mr. Hoke? Yeah.
Admiralty, whether or not, what the practices normally are in these instances in terms of the dates coming into effect? And whether there's a rationale for the, as it sits
Mr.
today.
Chair, there's a range of practices. So some pieces of legislation are left to the discretion of the governor and council. Some pieces of legislation have different coming into force dates for different sections, depending on the requirements.
This one remains silent on it now? Pardon me? Yeah, so
This one,
remain silent.
this is, the governor and council will come forward
make a
with,
determination. Thank you.
coming into force date.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Ms. Hardcastle?
So further to that, then, if is there a timeline when the governor and council does bring forward that timeline then, or that date? Do we have that then?
No, not, as the bill sits now, is my understanding there is no timeline.
Right, that's how I understand it too. But we just heard in an explanation that that was going to be provided later, a timeline? Isn't that not what you just said, Mr. Van Relt, through you, Mr. Chair? That a timeline would be provided later?
The governor and council will have to come forward, published through the Gazette with a coming into force date.
Yeah. So there's no requirement right now, nothing changes. That explanation doesn't change our situation at all. We still have nothing, we still don't have any dates for anything required.
As Ms. Hardcastle, as it sits now, the bill will sunset in 10 years if there are no steps taken, no regulations or anything enforced. However, from Mr. Van Ralte, that possibly could change.
Okay, that's all I wanted to make sure we
Ms. Falk?
heard.
Good. Any further discussion? Seeing none, on the recorded vote on the proposed amendment.
Mr. Hoag.
Nay.
Mr. Long.
No.
Mr. Morrissey.
No.
Mr. Rumi.
Nay.
Mr. Sangha.
No.
Mr. Diot.
Yes.
Ms. Falk.
Yes.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Yes.
Defeated.
It is defeated. Now call for a vote on Ms. Falk.
Were you calling for a vote on this 207?
207.
So I would just, if
Yep,
okay, we believe that Clause 207 in Bill C-81 should be voted down. We have tried to improve through a few amendments here, and that didn't work, so we weren't able to improve it. So the current coming into force provision does not require the government to act. Additionally, if the clause is left as is, according to the Statutes Repeal Act, this act would be automatically repealed within 10 years of receiving royal assent. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Falk. Any further discussion on Clause 207? Bless you. Okay. No further discussion. I will call on the vote on Clause 207 to carry as is. All those in favor?
Mr. Hoag.
Sorry. Did you ask-
Recorded vote, please.
Yeah.
Mr. Hoag.
Yes.
Mr. Long.
Yes.
Mr. Morrissey.
Yes.
Mr. Rumi. Mr. Sangha. Mr. Rumi.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Sangha.
Yes.
Mr. Diot.
No.
Ms. Falk.
No.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Carried.
Clause 207 carries as is. Now we're going to move on. Yes, Mr. Long.
Would I'd like to ask my colleagues if we could get unanimous consent for a sub-amendment to 19 that we missed earlier, just for consistency? No? Thank you.
Thank you. We will move on to the preamble. Now we had a couple of amendments proposed earlier in the process last night that were withdrawn, dealing specifically with the interpretation of Indigenous Peoples of Canada, and that was Liberal Amendment number 3, so very early on in the process. Now we have two proposed amendments as part of the preamble, Liberal 69 and CPC 58, but they are deemed to be inadmissible because they deal with the preamble, but there's no coordinating part of the bill itself. So you can't have something in the preamble that doesn't have a coordinating portion or amendment within the bill itself. So does anybody else need any additional clarification on that? So Liberal 69 and CPC 58 are inadmissible as amendments to the preamble. Oh, yeah.
What about
Mr.
B?
Morrissey?
Sorry, what about B and C of the Liberal Amendment 69? Okay. Okay.
CPC 59 we will accept.
Well, you better get it straight.
To Mr. Morrissey's question, that amendment is coming up next as CPC 59, which would be almost identical to what you're proposing, but that CPC amendment would have precedent over yours because it was submitted prior to what would have to be a new amendment.
Have a moment.
Can we take a minute, Chair? Just 1 minute?
Yep. Suspend for 1 minute. Um, 1 second. Thank you. The Liberal amendment is inadmissible, as well as the CPC 58 inadmissible. Now, if you want to make, you could not make an amendment to that one, as CPC 59 is pretty much identical, and it would have precedence. Okay? Thank you. So we would now move to CPC 59.
So
Mr. Diot.
this is to change the preamble, to amend it by changing Canadians to persons in Canada, and the change is necessary to help ensure that everyone in Canada, regardless of their citizenship status or identification with Canada, gets benefits from accessibility requirements under the Act.
Thank you very much, Mr. Diot. And again, Ms. Hardcastle, this amendment is identical to yours right after. So if you wanted to make a comment, I would suggest you do it now.
Okay, the way it reads now, somebody could interpret that if they are in Canada, but they are not a Canadian, that the rules don't apply to them either way. So I think it's pretty simple and straightforward.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hardcastle. Any, Mr. Morrissey?
I would move a sub-amendment to strike in section B, abilities or, those two words.
Okay. So that would just be regardless of their disabilities. Okay. Any discussion on the proposed sub-amendment? Ms. Hardcastle. Yeah.
I had a similar amendment early on, and there was some debate, and didn't we keep that in? We kept abilities in for some reason, or did that? We did? Okay.
Yeah.
I dreamt that.
I believe that
Never
we were
mind.
keeping disabilities throughout the bill to retain that consistency. So abilities was removed in favor of disabilities, if I recall correctly. So any further discussion on the proposed sub-amendment? Seeing none, a vote on this proposed sub-amendment to the amendment. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Sorry, I probably just won a WestJet vacation. But how much I care about you guys, I'm not going to answer it. So now, any further discussion on CPC 59 as amended? Seeing none, a call for the vote. All those in favor of CPC 59 as amended? Opposed? None. Carried. Amazing. Well, I have to commend all of you on your diligence. We're almost there. We just have the last few ones to go. So just read them through, right? As amended. Yeah. Yeah, as is.
As is, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, shall the preamble carry as amended? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Shall the short title carry? Agreed? Any opposition? None. Shall the title carry? Agreed? Agreed. Shall the bill as amended carry? Any discussion? Ms. Falk? Yeah.
Can I talk?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, I am very disappointed that this bill does not have teeth. We had heard very clear from our stakeholders that they cared about timelines, they cared about accountability, they cared about transparency, they cared about the ease of accessibility, to have one body overlook complaints, enforcement, all of that. You know, I guess 2 amendments were taken that weren't Liberal amendments, but I'm so disappointed that this seemed to have turned into a partisan issue, and what the minister wanted. We heard that a couple of times. The minister wanted this. We serve Canadians. We serve our stakeholders, and you know, I'm just so terribly disappointed that we had brought them in here. We heard passionately. You know, these are people that have lived with disabilities. They have the inaccessibility to majority of everything. And this was historical in the sense of groundbreaking, that they were being heard at the table. And I'm just so disappointed that that we as a committee couldn't add more teeth. And yeah.
Hardcastle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do know intimately in the disabilities community that people are so pleased to be asked and to be engaged, and they're actually very easy to please. They've done without so much, and they have so many struggles, and they take what they can get. So they are watching closely today. They do know some of the fundamental problems with this bill, one of them being that the government can exempt itself from any of these regulations, another being the splintering of implementation and enforcement, which is really insensitive to the actual lived experience of people living with disabilities. The bill needed to be greatly simplified. However, I know that people are going to be ecstatic, and they're going to want to see us be diligent in moving forward on this. I'm actually feeling, you know, very mixed emotions right now for people, just because we had expected that in earnest we were going to come here and debate these amendments. And it was very clear that there was a preconceived notion of what should be happening and an agenda that's been realized that really didn't take into account that testimony. And I know it sounds harsh, but I need to say that in a very clear and concise way because we have stakeholders listening who are very frustrated and who want to have an acknowledgement that we know, that they know, that we know, that they know that these amendments and the language in this bill doesn't meet their needs sufficiently.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hardcastle. Mr. Rumi.
Since we're all having a say here, I first of all want to thank all the stakeholders, the disability community, the months of consultations that went on to get us to where we are today. We heard testimony and recommendations and amendments from multitudes of people, and we actually did amend. We put forward our own amendments of 69 amendments. A lot of them actually were very similar to what the opposition had put through, and were improved upon. So while it's easy to come out and say right now that there's disappointment, I think there's excitement for what we have accomplished. This is, I'm allowed to speak. We heard from every witness that came through that while they wanted to see amendments, they were excited that we were moving forward. And this is the end result. So on our side, we heard, we listened, and we made adjustments to the legislation. So I want to thank everybody for all their hard work and for getting us to where we are today.
Thank you, Mr. Rumi. Mr. Diot.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. It is a start, I would say, but it falls far below the bar. We could have done far better, and I think we Conservatives fought very hard to try to get some real teeth, but this is really like a toothless guard dog. I believe that the Liberals are failing Canadians with disabilities. I think the fact that there are no implementation timelines is a huge thing. That it's just unacceptable. And we've certainly heard some pretty strong language from the countless witnesses who came here. I was quite shocked at how strong their language was, but they're the people we are trying to serve. And we listened to them, and I truly don't think that overall they were heard. So it is not nearly as good as it could be, and I'm quite disappointed. The very fact that there are no timelines and there are exemptions where entities can get out of even having to be having to deal with the bill. That is shameful, I think. So I think of the amendments, how many were taken? Two or three, perhaps, of the 60 amendments that I think would have improved the bill. So it's quite disappointing. As I say, it's a start, but it falls far below the bar.
Thank you, Mr. Diot. Mr. Hogue.
Well, the timelines and exemptions have been referenced a number of times, and I think there's a lot more commonality than is being portrayed. There are a number of principles which we talked about, and the principles can be implemented in a number of different fashions. Not everything should be in legislation. There's got to be, we've been referred to the standards, we've referred to the practices that go, we've referred to accreditation. All of those are important variables in the provision of any type of disabilities. I was active in the participation and development of disabilities legislation in British Columbia, where we created Community Living BC. And we went through a very similar process, and we relied heavily upon input from the people who were part of it. Any good public policy has to have the people that it impacts having an important say in it, and also in the implementation of it, not just the say, but the process by which it becomes implemented. And I believe that we have followed the majority of principles that have been put forward. I think there's pretty good agreement on both sides of the House, or all around the House, in terms of those principles. I think there's a disagreement in terms of how they can best be implemented to respond most effectively to the needs of making our country most accessible. We heard many people say, coming before us, that we are leading the world in terms of moving forward with this legislation. We're really on the forefront, and I think that we should be relying on those people who have the ability and the skills within the framework of the legislation, the practices, and the accreditation that we have available to us. And I think we've come to a very good balance in terms of being able to do that. And I'm very pleased, delighted, and darned excited about what we've been able to achieve.
Thank you, Mr. Hogue. Mr. Long.
Chair, thank you, and thank you for your leadership over the last 2 days. It's very much appreciated. Chair, certainly on behalf of my riding, on behalf of countless groups across New Brunswick, and in particular southern New Brunswick, we are absolutely thrilled to move forward with C81. I'm proud to be part of a government that is moving forward with this legislation after what I would call the previous government's 10 years of non-action, no action, and I'm very, very proud of C81 and the movements we are taking to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Long. Any further discussion?
Job as the chairperson, you just really handled that extremely well.
Thank you. Yep. Thanks very much. So now we will continue on with the vote. Shall the bill be as amended carry? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Shall the chair report the bill as amended to the House? All those in favor? Carried. Shall the committee order a reprint of the bill as amended for the House at report stage? All those in favor? Agreed? Excellent. Well done, everyone. And I appreciate everyone's support to get us through what I have to say is probably a pleasant surprise to all of us, to get this done as expediently as we did. And certainly my final comments would be, again, your thoughts are with Brian May and his family. And I know he was watching last night, apparently. He's a glutton for punishment. But again, just on the number of amendments that were brought through on C81, I think all of us saw that there was work to do on this bill to ensure it met the goals that were brought forward by our stakeholders. And I think as parliamentarians and as this committee, it now behooves us to ensure that we hold this government and whatever the next government is account to ensure they follow through with what we heard from our stakeholders and certainly through the discussions we had here amongst us as a committee. So thank you very much for everyone's commitment to this. Thank you very much to the staff, the clerk, and our legislative clerks to guide me through this last 2 days. And I hope everybody has a great constituency week and spend some time with your family and friends. Adjourned.